Welcome to Terrified Tales, where things are about to get unsettling. Before we dive deeper into the darkness, make sure to like and subscribe. Let us know where you're listening from and what time it is. Are you brave enough to be here at night? Now, relax and let the fear take hold. Story 1. The hospital was quiet, not the usual sterile silence of a place devoid of life, but something heavier, a silence thickened by something unseen, something that did not belong. Emma felt it in the air as soon as she walked in. Cool, suffocating, like the building itself was holding its breath. It had been a long time since she had worked the night shift, but there was no mistaking the tension here. She stood in the dimly lit lobby, the old tile floor cracked and chipped. The walls yellowed with age. The place smelled of antiseptic, but also something earthy, moss, mildew. It didn't make sense. This hospital had been in operation for decades, but it felt as though it hadn't been touched in years. She was here alone, save for the few patients scattered across the sprawling, silent halls. The night was hers, and yet something about it felt wrong. Too still, too empty. The nurses' station was dead ahead, a cluster of empty chairs and papers piled high. As Emma walked toward it, a strange rustling came from behind her, a faint sound. Too soft to be footsteps, but there was a presence, something stirring. She turned, but the hall was empty. Only the dim glow of the ceiling lights above her, flickering slightly. Just the old building settling, she muttered to herself, trying to dismiss the unease creeping through her. She couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something was watching. The hairs on the back of her neck stood up as she continued her walk to the nurses' station. The walls seemed to close in around her, pressing in like the very hospital itself was trying to swallow her whole. "First night jitters," she whispered, and yet the sound of her own voice felt foreign in the vast, empty space. There at the desk a chart lay open, its contents scribbled in hurried, almost frantic handwriting. Emma skimmed the page. The name on the top was familiar. Jackie Morrow, a young girl who had been brought in days ago after a car accident. Emma remembered her face, pale, frightened, and when she'd last checked, Jackie was in a deep sleep. But something didn't feel right. The hospital was full of strange incidents, whispers, things that moved in the corner of your eye. Patients who talked to themselves as though they were speaking to someone else. Nurses who swore they saw faces in windows that weren't there. Emma had heard the rumors, but she never took them seriously. Until now. Then, as if to test her resolve, the air grew colder, suddenly. The hairs on her arms lifted, her breath coming out in little puffs of vapor. And then she heard it. A whisper. Soft, low, too soft to hear clearly, but it echoed through. The hallway behind her. It was like a breath against her ear, followed by the faintest sound of a door creaking. She froze. "Hello?" Emma called, her voice wavering. Her eyes darted around the room, her heart thudding against her ribcage. The whispering stopped, leaving nothing but the buzz of fluorescent lights above her. She was about to turn back when a figure caught her eye from down the hall. A silhouette, standing perfectly still in the shadows. Her blood ran cold. She didn't want to look. She couldn't look. But her body betrayed her, and her gaze was drawn to the figure, slowly moving like a phantom, gliding across the hall. The figure's head tilted ever so slightly. It wasn't human, not entirely. Just as quickly as it appeared, it vanished, and then the hospital's silence returned. Only this time, it wasn't the same. Something had changed. The air, thick and oppressive, now felt as though it was pressing down on her chest. She could barely breathe. She forced herself to move. Just one more hour, she thought. One more hour, and she could leave. But as Emma turned to walk away, The whispers came again, this time louder, more insistent. It wasn't just the building that was silent. It was the people, the ones who had never left, and they were waiting for her. The hours stretched on, as though the night itself had become a thick, suffocating blanket, wrapping tighter and tighter around Emma. She had tried to ignore the feeling that clung to her, the crawling sensation at the back of her neck that wouldn't go away, but it was impossible. Every time she looked over her shoulder, she swore she could see something. A shadow, a flicker of movement, just beyond the corner of her vision. She couldn't understand it. Hospitals were supposed to be places of healing, a sanctuary from pain from the unimaginable. But here, in this decaying building, every corner seemed to pulse with a deep, unseen malice. It was as though the walls themselves held memories, terrible, forgotten memories. And now, they were reaching out. She found herself walking through the corridors mechanically, one step after another. The patients' rooms were dark, the curtains drawn, the air thick with a strange stillness that clung to every surface. The floorboards groaned under her feet with every step, a constant reminder that the building was aging, falling apart even. But the oddity wasn't in the old building. It was in the people who had once filled it. The hospital had been in operation for decades, long before Emma had come to work here. And yet, despite its age, despite the occasional minor updates, the hospital's bones remained remarkably intact. Still, she had heard the rumors, whispers among the staff about things that happened at night, things that couldn't be explained. Some say it's the old asylum, her colleague Sarah had told her a week before. They built this hospital on top of it. You can still hear the echoes sometimes. People who didn't make it out. Emma had laughed it off at the time. Old buildings make noises, Sarah. That's all. But as the night wore on, the whispers came again. Faint, barely audible, like the rustling of paper, but undeniably present. This time she wasn't sure if they were coming from behind her or if they were inside her mind. She gripped the railing as she ascended the stairs to the second floor, trying to steady her breathing. The chill was more pronounced here, a biting cold that seemed to seep into her bones. Emma stopped at the second floor, eyes scanning the dimly lit hallway. Room 207. It was Jackie's room. The girl had been in a coma since her car accident, brought in with head trauma so severe they had little hope she would ever wake. Emma had checked on her a few hours ago. Her vitals were stable, but nothing had changed. She had been unconscious for days, and yet tonight there was an odd sense of anticipation hanging in the air, as if the hospital itself was waiting for something to happen. She stepped lightly, the soles of her shoes making little sound on the old floor. Room 207 was at the end of the hall, its door slightly ajar, just enough to reveal a sliver of the room inside. Emma pushed the door open, her breath catching in her throat when she saw the dim light flickering on the small bedside lamp. Jackie lay there, still as death, her face pale and swollen from the accident. The machines beside her beeped softly, the only sounds in the room besides Emma's own breathing. But there was something else, something in the air, something in the room that felt wrong. It wasn't the soft hum of the machines, nor was it the quiet rustling of the air conditioning unit overhead. No, this was something different, something that set her nerves alight. The room was cold, far colder than it should have been for the time of year. The chill hung in the air like a presence, something corporeal, something unseen. As she stepped further into the room, she noticed the sheets. They were rumpled, twisted, in a way that didn't make sense. Jackie had been lying still the entire time Emma had been there. How could the sheets have gotten that way? Then she noticed the figure in the corner of the room. It was tall, unnaturally tall, and completely still, standing just beyond the edge of the shadow where the light failed to reach. It was only when Emma stepped closer, squinting in the dim light, that she saw it clearly. A figure, a man. His face was obscured, shrouded in darkness, but his presence was unmistakable. His body was shrouded in a hospital gown, one that looked impossibly old, worn and torn at the edges, the fabric heavy with years of decay. His hands, long and bony, were clasped in front of him, and his posture, straight, rigid, was unnerving in its stillness. Emma's heart skipped a beat. The figure did not move. He did not speak. The only thing she could hear was the steady rhythm of Jackie's heart monitor and the sudden sound of her own breath, ragged in her chest. "Who are you?" Emma whispered, her voice barely audible. The figure did not respond. She looked to Jackie's still body, hoping to find some answer. The girl's chest rose and fell slowly, but otherwise, nothing was different. Nothing had changed. Emma blinked, and the figure was gone. Her breath caught in her throat as she scanned the room, looking desperately for any sign of the stranger. The cold was still there, seeping into her skin, but the figure had vanished, just as quickly as it had appeared. Her mind raced. Was it a trick of the light, a shadow, a delusion brought on by exhaustion? But no. The air still clung to her skin like a suffocating blanket, and the strange sensation that something was watching her was stronger than ever. She couldn't explain it, but deep down, Emma knew that this thing was real. It was a presence, a force, something tied to the hospital, something bound to these walls. She wasn't sure what it wanted, but she was certain it was watching her. And that's when it happened. The softest sound, a whisper so quiet that she almost missed it. The sound of someone speaking from somewhere deep within the shadows. "You should leave now." Emma froze. Her heart pounded in her chest as the voice echoed in her mind. The whisper was no longer coming from the corner of the room, nor was it coming from the darkened hallway outside. It was inside her head. She turned quickly, the words ringing in her ears. "Who are you?" she demanded, her voice trembling despite her best efforts to remain calm. But there was no answer, just silence. And then, like a flicker in her peripheral vision, she saw the figure again. But this time, it wasn't just standing still. It was moving, slowly, creeping toward her. She stumbled back, her feet catching on the edge of a chair, sending it crashing to the floor. The noise echoed through the room like a gunshot, but the figure didn't flinch, didn't stop. It continued to move toward her, its feet dragging, its eyes, if it had eyes, locked on hers. A deep sense of dread washed over her, a visceral, suffocating wave that crushed the air from her lungs. "Leave," the voice whispered again, more forcefully. This time, Emma's breath came in shallow gasps, her pulse pounding in her ears as she turned toward the door. Her hands were clammy, her legs shaking beneath her, but somehow she managed to tear herself away from the room. She ran, her feet slipping on the linoleum floor as she rounded the corner, but when she reached the nurses' station, no one was there. The halls were silent again, as though nothing had happened. Her breath caught in her throat, and she glanced over her shoulder, half expecting to see the figure standing in the hallway behind her, waiting for her to return. But nothing. Just the silence, the deep, suffocating silence. And she knew it wasn't over. It had just begun. The silence was suffocating. It seemed to press against Emma from every direction. Her breath came in shallow gasps, each exhale feeling too loud, too desperate, echoing in the hollow, oppressive air of the hospital. She stumbled back to the nurses' station, her heart hammering in her chest. The harsh fluorescent lights above flickered again, casting erratic shadows that danced like ghosts on the walls. Her mind was reeling. Was it real? Was it her exhaustion playing tricks on her? Or was something darker, something more insidious, lurking beneath the surface of this decaying building? The figure, the whispers, the cold that had wrapped itself around her, everything was wrong. The hairs on the back of her neck prickled as she stood motionless in the hallway, unsure of where to go, what to do. There was no one to ask, no one to confide in. It was just her and the empty, haunted halls. She glanced toward the break room, the only place she could escape the silence, even if for a moment. The door was cracked open, a sliver of soft light spilling out. But there was no peace in that light, just a deeper, gnawing fear. She hesitated for a long moment, standing there, caught between the decision to run or confront whatever had begun to crawl into her life. Her fingers tightened around the railing as she walked toward the room. Her reflection flickered in the glass on the door as she passed, but this time her reflection was different. Her face was pale, drawn, and her eyes were hollow. The reflection smiled, a slow, twisted curl of the lips, a smile that wasn't hers. Emma's heart lurched in her chest. She froze in place. Her reflection, it was moving without her. The smile twisted wider, its eyes gleaming with a cold, malevolent gleam. She recoiled and took a step back, but the reflection mirrored her actions as if mocking her, holding her in place, her breath caught in her throat. She slammed the door open, the sound of it hitting the wall echoing through the empty hallway. The room was dimly lit by the harsh glow of a single lamp. The hospital's sterile, antiseptic scent was heavy in the air, mixed with the faint odor of something that smelled like decay. The walls were lined with tables covered in old medical supplies, unused bandages, bottles of expired medications, and tools that had long since been abandoned. She collapsed into one of the chairs by the small counter, her pulse racing. The trembling in her hands was uncontrollable now, her mind a mess of incoherent thoughts. She squeezed her eyes shut, trying to push the terror away. It's just your mind. Just exhaustion, she told herself, but the words felt hollow. Just keep going, just keep working, keep moving, and everything will be fine. But that was a lie. She knew it. Deep down, she knew that nothing would ever be fine again. Not here. Not in this place. The seconds stretched into minutes, the heavy quiet of the break room oppressive. It felt as if something was pressing against her chest, making it harder and harder to breathe. She couldn't shake the feeling that the walls were closing in, that the hospital itself was slowly shifting, contorting into something it wasn't supposed to be. She glanced at the clock on the wall. It was nearly 3 a.m. The night had stretched on longer than she had expected. For a moment, she considered leaving the hospital altogether, walking out into the cool night air, getting as far from this place as possible. But that would mean leaving them behind. Who? She paused. Who are they? A memory flickered. Her sister, her twin. Emma closed her eyes as the image of her sister's face swam to the forefront of her mind. Sophia. The accident. The crash. The moment her whole world had shattered, leaving her empty and hollow. Her sister, her best friend, her constant companion, was gone. But there had been something about that night, something wrong about it, something that never quite made sense. Emma's head throbbed and she clenched her hands into fists. The memories came rushing back now. The car crash, the sirens, the helplessness as they tried to pull her sister from the wreckage, the blood, the twisted metal, her sister's body, still and lifeless. The paramedics had said it was instant. They told her there was nothing anyone could have done. It wasn't your fault. She tried to steady herself, but the memory felt like a weight in her chest, pressing down on her ribs, threatening to suffocate her. No, not now. She had to focus. She had to keep her head clear, but the whispers began again. Emma. The voice was soft, a rasping murmur that came from the shadows in the corners of the room. She glanced quickly around, but there was no one. The door was closed. The window blinds were drawn. She was alone. Emma, come closer. The voice was faint but unmistakable now. You know I'm here. I'm waiting for you. Her blood ran cold. Her legs shook as she stood up, her hands trembling. She didn't want to move. She didn't want to leave the safety of the break room, but the voice, it was pulling her, drawing her toward something that she couldn't ignore. The voice grew louder, more insistent. Come to me, Emma. You need to see. You need to know what happened. The walls seemed to warp, the corners of the room stretching impossibly far, as though reality itself was bending. The air grew colder. The shadows deepened. The voice was all around her now, reverberating through her very bones. She had no choice. The force was overwhelming, like a tide dragging her under. She stepped toward the door, each movement slow, reluctant. Her heart thudded in her chest as if it might burst. As she opened the door, the hallway outside seemed impossibly long, stretching endlessly into the dark. There was a flicker of movement at the far end, just a shadow, but it was enough. Enough to make her pulse quicken. The whisper came again. You're not alone, Emma. What is it you want from me? She thought. But no answer came. Only the soft rustling of the night around her. Her feet carried her forward despite the dread gnawing at her insides. She passed room after room, each one as still as the last, the pale light flickering from overhead. But something was different now. The air was thick with a presence, like a wall of suffocating heat that pressed in on her, making it harder to breathe with each passing step. Room 207, Jackie's room. The door was ajar again. She could see the faint outline of the bed, the machines at her side. But this time, there was a figure in the doorway. Emma froze. It wasn't the man she had seen earlier. This figure was different, familiar in a way that made her stomach churn. The silhouette of a woman wearing what looked like an old hospital gown, stained with blood and dirt. Her long, dark hair hung loosely around her face, covering her features. But Emma could feel her eyes, the weight of them, pinning her in place, making it hard to move. It's you! Emma felt her voice die in her throat. Her skin was crawling. The woman in the doorway didn't move. Her breath came in short bursts now, her body rigid with terror. The figure reached up slowly, pulling the hair away from its face. Emma gasped, her knees nearly giving out beneath her. It was Sophia, her sister's face. But something was wrong. The eyes were hollow, deep, dark voids that swallowed the light. The skin was pale, stretched tight across her bones. Her mouth, when it opened, was full of jagged, broken teeth. And her smile, it was wrong. So wrong. Come closer, Emma, the voice whispered again, this time from her sister's lips. Come and see. You've been waiting for this moment your whole life. The air thickened, pressing harder on Emma's chest as the hallway stretched endlessly before her. She couldn't breathe, couldn't move. Come closer, Emma. The figure in the doorway grinned wider, her face distorted in an impossible, mocking smile. Emma's breath caught in her throat, her heart pounding like the rapid beat of a drum. She didn't move. She couldn't move. Every instinct screamed at her to run, to flee from the terrifying likeness of her sister, but her body betrayed her, rooted to the spot in horror. Sophia. Emma's mind screamed, but the name felt distant, like an echo from a dream. The woman, if it could still be, called that, took a step forward, her footsteps silent on the cold linoleum floor. The air around her seemed to grow thicker, darker, as if the shadows themselves were creeping toward Emma, pulling at her with unseen hands. The voice came again, soft as a whisper, but as cold as the grave. Don't you recognize me, Emma? Emma blinked hard, her eyes flooding with tears. No, this wasn't Sophia. This wasn't real. Sophia was gone. Her sister, her twin, had died in that car crash. She had been buried, her funeral long past, and yet here stood something, someone, this creature. But the voice, the eyes, the smell of decay that clung to the air. Everything about this thing was too familiar, too wrong. Emma took a step back, her legs unsteady, as if the floor beneath her were shifting. Her back hit the cold metal of the nearest cart, the sharp clang of it rattling through her. She gasped, the air thin and choking, as the figure, Sophia's, broken, twisted form, continued its slow, deliberate approach. "I've been waiting for you, Emma." The voice, the whisper, sounded so much like her sister's. It had the same lilt, the same cadence, the same warmth, twisted with an inhuman edge. Emma closed her eyes, her pulse racing. She didn't know how long she stood there, frozen, unable to tear her gaze away from the grotesque figure. Her mind was a whirlwind, spinning in every direction as she tried to make sense of it all. The grief, the guilt, the horror, everything crashing together in a sickening wave. No, it's not her. It can't be. But deep down, Emma knew that it was more than just a cruel imitation. She could feel it, this presence, was something that had crawled from the depths of her own broken heart. It was a manifestation of her unresolved trauma, the fears she had buried so deep within herself. "You've been hiding from me, Emma." The thing that looked like Sophia took another step, and now it was within reach, the air colder still. Emma felt the temperature drop further, a biting chill that settled like frost against her skin. But you can't hide forever. The words slid into her mind like poison, and she couldn't escape them. Her sister's face, no, the twisted thing wearing her sister's face, was inches away now, its eyes wide, unblinking, as if they could see straight through her. Emma felt her breath freeze in her chest, her mouth dry, her throat tight with the strangling weight of panic. You need to see what's behind it all, Emma. The truth. The smile never left its lips. But there was something strange in the eyes, something malevolent, something cruel. Suddenly, a sound broke through the fog, of fear. A distant rhythmic beeping, a heart monitor. Emma's heart skipped a beat as the realization hit her. Jackie. She had forgotten all about Jackie, the patient in room 207. The girl who had been in a coma for so long. Emma had been so wrapped in the terror of her sister's spectre, she hadn't even thought of the others in the hospital. The beeping continued, growing louder in her ears. Beep, beep, beep. It echoed in the dark hallway, a rhythm that seemed to draw Emma's focus away from the thing in front of her. A quiet whisper of urgency tickled the edges of her mind. "Jackie," Emma whispered, her voice shaking. Her legs, though weak and trembling, finally obeyed. She tore her gaze away from the ghastly figure of her sister and stumbled toward the door, her fingers trembling as they brushed the cold metal of the handle. Before she could open it, the thing that looked like Sophia moved, its fingers cold and sharp as they latched onto Emma's arm. The grip was iron tight, and Emma could feel her pulse thundering in her veins, every beat pulsing through her body like a warning. "You can't escape me," the thing whispered into her ear. Its breath was cold, like the breath of a corpse, rotting and decayed. "You'll always remember me. You'll always carry me with you." Emma felt a surge of panic, her body jerking forward as she tried to pull away. But the grip only tightened, its fingers digging into her flesh like claws. She could feel the warmth of her skin where it met the cold, clammy touch of the creature, and she recoiled in disgust, trying to break free. But then something snapped inside her. A rage she hadn't known she was capable of. Something born of grief, guilt, and a life filled with unspeakable horrors surged through her. "Let go of me!" she screamed, twisting violently, slamming her elbow into the figure's chest with all the force she could muster. For a moment, it staggered back, and then it laughed. A sound like dry leaves scraping against the ground, crackling, hollow, empty. "You can't run from your past, Emma," it crooned. "You've never been able to. You'll never outrun it." The laugh echoed in her mind, and it was then that Emma understood. This thing, the twisted form of her sister, wasn't just a hallucination. It wasn't just her grief manifesting. It was something older, something darker. It was the thing that haunted the hospital, the thing tied to this place, this cursed, decaying building. It had fed on grief, on loss, on the pain of the people who had come here seeking salvation, but found only death. And Emma had been brought here for a reason. Jackie. The name whispered through her mind, a faint, distant echo, but it was enough. She had to get to her. She had to see what had happened in that room. With all the strength she had left, Emma wrenched the door open, feeling the cool, stale air of the hallway rush past her. She bolted, running as fast as her feet would carry her. She didn't dare look back, not even for a second. The figure's footsteps were behind her now, slow but relentless. "You can't escape the truth, Emma," it called out to her, its voice like a broken record, repeating over and over again. "It's waiting for you." She rounded the corner, the lights flickering overhead. The door to room 207 was just ahead. The beeping of the heart monitor was louder now, a frantic rhythm that seemed to quicken with every step she took. She reached for the door handle, but it wouldn't open. Her breath came in jagged gasps. She could feel it, feel the figure's presence behind her, just at the edge of her awareness. Its cold, mocking voice filled her mind, urging her to turn around to face it. But she couldn't stop. Not now. With a desperate yank, she wrenched the door open. The room was dark, the only light coming from the flickering heart monitor beside Jackie's bed. The girl lay motionless, her body still and pale beneath the hospital sheets. Her chest rose and fell in the slow, steady rhythm of life support, the only sign that she was alive. But something was wrong. Emma took a step into the room, her eyes scanning the dark corners. The shadows seemed to stretch and pulse, as if alive. The air was thick with that same oppressive cold, and she felt it tightening around her, suffocating her. She stepped closer to the bed, and that's when she saw it. The dark shape sitting at the foot of the bed, a twisted, unnatural figure hunched in the shadows. The figure was watching Jackie. It was a person, a man. His eyes glowed faintly, red as fire. But his face was wrong. His mouth stretched impossibly wide in a grin that was too big for his face. His hands were sharp, long, and his fingers twitched in anticipation. He wasn't touching Jackie, not yet, but the air was thick with his intent, his presence suffocating. Emma's heart stopped. You were never meant to save her. The voice that filled the room was deep, growling with malice. She's mine now. They all are. Emma's blood ran cold as she realized the truth. The hospital, the curse, it wasn't just an accident. It was the thing that fed on grief, on death. It had been waiting for her, waiting for the moment when she would cross its path. Jackie, her sister, they had all been pulled into this twisted web. Now you see. The creature's voice was low, satisfied, as it rose from the bed, stepping closer, its smile widening. Now you see what happens when you refuse to let go. The figure at the foot of the bed stirred. Emma froze. Her heart pounded in her chest, each beat a deafening roar in her ears. She could hardly breathe, the weight of the presence in the room pressing down on her like a suffocating blanket. The Shadows danced and flickered, twisting around the figure's limbs as it slowly, deliberately began to move toward her. Its eyes, those glowing crimson eyes, were locked on her now, gleaming with a sick, predatory hunger. "She's mine now," the creature whispered, its voice low and jagged, like the scraping of metal against stone. "And soon, so will you be." Emma wanted to scream. She wanted to run. But her legs were heavy, like lead, as though the very air had thickened into something viscous, something that held her in place. She glanced around the room, frantic, but the walls had closed in, the door now just a distant, unreachable thing. Her breath came in ragged gasps, and she pressed herself against the far wall, eyes darting to the heart monitor beside Jackie's bed. The soft beeping, the rhythmic pulse of life, was the only sound that filled the room. The figure didn't move fast. It didn't need to. Each step was deliberate, its long, gangly limbs stretching unnaturally with each inch it took towards her. It moved as though it was savoring the moment, as though it enjoyed the fear, the terror that bled from Emma's every pore. "You've come so far, Emma. You're so close now," the creature's voice hissed, curling around her like smoke, wrapping itself around her throat. "You think you can still run, but there's nowhere left to hide. I've been waiting for you, waiting for this moment." The truth hit her like a brick to the chest. The hospital, the presence, the cold, the thing that had been haunting her since she arrived, it wasn't just tied to this place. It was tied to her. She was the key. She was the one it had been waiting for. Her breath caught in her throat. The truth. Jackie's slow, shallow breaths filled the room, and the rhythmic beep of the monitor seemed to grow louder in the thick silence. But Emma wasn't listening to the beeping anymore. She wasn't listening to the creature. She was listening to something else. A whisper, so faint it was almost imperceptible at first. But then it grew louder, sharper, clearer. It came from within her, from the deepest, most painful parts of her mind. "I didn't save her." The words were a jagged truth, slicing through her chest. Her mind snapped back to that night, to the night of the accident, to the night she lost her twin. The night she had been so full of guilt, so consumed by grief. She hadn't seen the truth, hadn't seen that it wasn't just the accident that had killed her sister. It was her. It was her fault. I was supposed to save her. Emma's mind reeled, the guilt coming back with force like a tidal wave crashing over her. She hadn't been there for her sister. She hadn't been fast enough. She hadn't been strong enough. If only she had acted faster, if only she had done more, maybe Sophie would still be alive. But no. Her voice broke in a whisper. It wasn't my fault. It wasn't her fault. It was theirs. The thing in front of her, the twisted reflection of her sister, the thing that had been feeding on her guilt, on her grief, was the true cause of everything. It had been there, manipulating her from the start, from the moment she stepped into the hospital. It had made her believe it was her fault. It had been the one pulling the strings, feeding off her pain. "It's not me, it's you." The realization hit her like a shock to the system. The creature, the presence, it wasn't just a manifestation of grief. It was something else, something far darker, something ancient, something that had been feeding on the misery of the souls who entered this hospital for years, decades. It had always been here, and now it was here for her. For the first time, Emma felt a sliver of clarity amid the overwhelming chaos of her emotions. She understood now. She understood that she had to face it. Not just the creature, not just her sister's twisted form, but the guilt, the fear, the loss. She had to confront it all. The only way to escape this place, this nightmare, was to face what had been lurking inside her all this time. Her mind cleared, and with the clarity came strength. A strength that she hadn't known was there. a power she had buried beneath the weight of grief. The creature, sensing the shift, froze. Its smile twisted, as though it had just realized that its prey was no longer afraid. "You can't fight me," it said, its voice dripping with venom, its long, sharp fingers flexing. "You can never escape me." But Emma didn't back down. She squared her shoulders and stood taller. She didn't let the fear paralyze her. "Not this time. I will." She took a deep breath, her voice steady. "I will escape you." The creature's eyes flared with a fiery glow. It shrieked, a sound so high-pitched and terrible that Emma's eardrums nearly split. But she didn't flinch. She was done being afraid. Done being consumed by the shadow that had haunted her for so long. She was ready to fight. She glanced at Jackie's still form on the bed. The girl was alive, barely. But Emma could still feel her presence. It was faint, barely a whisper, but it was there. Jackie was still holding on, still tethered to this world. And Emma wouldn't let her go. Not like this. Not while the creature was standing between them, feeding off their pain. "Get away from her," Emma spat, stepping forward, her eyes locked on the twisted, grinning thing that had once worn her sister's face. The creature hissed again, its form flickering like a broken reflection in a cracked mirror. Its smile twisted into something far more sinister as it stepped closer, its long fingers reaching out toward her. "You think you can stop me? You think you can save her?" The room seemed to grow colder, the shadows stretching longer, deeper. The walls closed in around them, pressing closer with every breath. Emma could feel the weight of the creature's presence bearing down on her, could hear the whispering voices, so many voices, filling the room, all speaking at once. The souls of the lost, of the broken, of the ones it had consumed. But Emma didn't listen. She couldn't. She couldn't afford to. Not now. Her hand reached out toward the heart monitor, and she ripped the cords from it, her fingers moving quickly, instinctively, despite the tremor in her hands. The steady beep of the monitor cut off with a final, sharp beep as the screen flashed. And then everything went silent. The creature faltered, its eyes flickering with confusion. It hesitated, watching as Emma yanked the last wires free. A sickening, twisted laugh erupted from its mouth. "You can't stop it, Emma. It's too late. The cycle has already begun. You can't change what's been done." But Emma wasn't listening anymore. She stepped forward, her fingers trembling as she grabbed Jackie's limp hand, holding it tightly. She had one last chance to make things right, and she wasn't going to waste it. "We're getting out of here, Jackie. You and me. Together." The creature screeched again, but Emma didn't flinch. She didn't have time to wait for it. With every ounce of strength, she pulled Jackie's body from the bed, lifting her as best as she could. And then, with all her fear and doubt and pain, Emma turned and ran. She didn't know where she was going. She didn't know if she could outrun the creature. But for the first time in what felt like years, she felt a flicker of hope. Maybe, just maybe, she could save them both. The darkness swallowed her whole as she raced through the hallways, and the creature's mocking laughter echoed in the distance. But Emma ran. She kept running, and she wasn't stopping until she was free. The hospital halls were a labyrinth of shadows, each corner darker than the last. The flickering overhead lights cast long, jagged shadows that seemed to move of their own accord, twisting and bending in ways that defied logic. Emma's breath came in ragged gasps, her chest burning with each step as she clutched Jackie's unconscious body to her, her legs trembling under the weight of both her fear and her sister's limp form. The beeping of the heart monitor, though now silenced, still echoed in her mind. That rhythmic pulse, the very sound of life, was a constant reminder that she had no time to waste. The halls stretched on endlessly before her. The walls seemed to close in, their once sterile white surfaces now cracked, yellowed with age, and smeared with dark stains. The air smelled of mildew and decay, a nauseating blend that made Emma's stomach twist. She could feel the presence of the thing, the creature, lurking just behind her, always a step away, its eyes burning into the back of her skull, its voice whispering on the edge of her thoughts. "You can't outrun me, Emma." She could hear it. Even now, its voice slithering through her mind like an oily serpent. She wanted to scream until her lungs gave out, but she didn't dare. She couldn't afford to let it know how much it was affecting her. Not when Jackie, her sister, her flesh and blood, was still in her arms, unconscious, caught in this nightmarish web of terror. With each step, Emma felt the weight of what she was about to do. The thing had been waiting for her, manipulating, her grief feeding on her guilt, using her deepest fears against her. She understood now. She had always understood deep down. The creature wasn't just some supernatural force lurking in the shadows. It was tied to her own soul, to the darkness within her, to the trauma and pain she had never allowed herself to confront. The accident, the loss of her sister, it was all part of its design. It had used her, and it had used her grief to fuel its power. But she couldn't let it win. She couldn't let it take Jackie too. The hallway twisted, bending, at impossible angles, as if reality itself was bending and warping around her. The lights flickered again, casting brief, chaotic shadows that made her jump with every flicker. But Emma pressed on, her determination growing as she pushed through the fear that threatened to swallow her whole. She had to keep moving. The door at the end of the hallway was close. She could see it now. It was just ahead, the exit. But as she neared it, the walls seemed to close in, the air growing thicker, heavier. Her footsteps became louder, sharper against the silence of the hospital. The temperature dropped and Emma's breath came out in visible puffs, a chill creeping into her bones. The lights overhead flickered one final time, plunging her into darkness for a split second. And when they flickered back on, the creature was there. It stood at the door, its body impossibly tall, its limbs long and spindly, its red eyes burning with fury. It grinned, a wide, gaping smile that stretched unnaturally across its face, revealing rows of jagged, needle-like teeth. Its fingers twitched, claws clicking against the floor with a sound like nails on a chalkboard. Emma's stomach turned. She wanted to cry out, but the words died in her throat. She was trapped. "You think you can just leave?" The creature's voice was thick with mockery, dripping with malice. "You think you can just take her and run? You can't escape me, Emma. I am you." The weight of its words crushed down on her chest, the realization sinking in like a stone. It was right. She couldn't run from herself. The creature wasn't just some outside force. It was a reflection of her own darkest emotions, her unresolved grief. It was the manifestation of everything she had buried deep inside, all the pain, all the guilt. It had been feeding off of her fear, growing stronger with each passing day, and now it had come to claim her. "You've been running from me for so long," it hissed, its eyes narrowing. "And now it's time to face the truth. You want to save her. You can't. You're just as much a part of this as I am. She will die, just like you." Emma's legs trembled beneath her, and the truth of the creature's words settled into her heart like a cold, bitter poison. She couldn't save Jackie, not when she hadn't even been able to save herself. "You're wrong." The words escaped Emma's lips before she could even stop them, her voice a whisper, but filled with something she hadn't felt in so long, defiance. She straightened, holding Jackie tighter in her arms. "I will save her. I'll save us both." The creature's smile faltered for a brief moment, as if Emma's defiance had caught it off guard. It hissed, its body undulating as it took a step closer, its eyes narrowing with renewed rage. "You think you can defy me? You think you can fight?" "Me? It spat, its claws scraping the floor as it advanced. "You can't defeat me, Emma. I am your guilt. I am your fear. I'm everything you've tried to run from. Everything you've buried inside of you." The temperature in the hallway dropped further, the cold seeping into Emma's skin like icy fingers. The air was thick, suffocating, and she could feel the walls pressing in around her, closing in like the jaws of a trap. But Emma didn't flinch. She didn't retreat. "I won't be your victim anymore." Her voice was low, steady, as she took a step forward, lifting Jackie with her. "I won't let you have her. I won't let you have me." The creature recoiled slightly, its head tilting as if confused, unsure of how to react. Its glowing red eyes flickered, and for a brief moment Emma thought she saw something shift within them. Something that wasn't just hunger or malice. A trace of fear. And then it lunged. It moved with unnatural speed, its claws raking toward Emma, its twisted grin widening. But Emma was ready. Without thinking, she pushed Jackie to the side, her hands shaking but determined as she grabbed the nearest object, a metal tray from a nearby cart. She swung it with all her might, the tray connecting with the creature's face with a sickening crack. The creature shrieked, a horrible, guttural scream that sent shivers down Emma's spine, but it didn't stop. It recoiled, its eyes burning with even more rage as it slashed at the air around her. Emma ducked and dodged, her heart pounding, but her movements were slow, sluggish. The exhaustion of the past few days, the fear that had been clawing at her for so long, was finally taking its toll. She couldn't keep this up forever. She had to end it. In that moment, Emma understood what she had to do. The creature, the thing in front of her, wasn't just some external force. It was a part of her, a reflection of everything she had buried, the grief, the guilt, the shame. She had been running from it for so long, but she couldn't outrun herself. The creature lunged again, but this time, Emma didn't move. She didn't dodge. Instead, she faced it. "I'm not afraid of you anymore." The words hung in the air, and for the first time the creature hesitated. Its body trembled, its glowing red eyes flickering as if caught between two realities. It snarled, its teeth bared, but Emma stood her ground. She wasn't running anymore. The creature's form began to shift, its twisted, broken features melting and warping, the once gleaming red eyes dimming. It screeched again. But this time the sound was no longer filled with anger. It was filled with something else. Something that sounded a lot like defeat. "I am you," it whispered, its voice cracking. Emma took a deep breath, her hand reaching out toward the creature. "No, you're not. You're not me." In a flash of blinding light, the creature vanished. The hallway, once thick with darkness, suddenly felt lighter. The oppressive weight that had been pressing down on Emma's chest for so long evaporated, leaving her breathless but free. The air was still cold, but it no longer felt suffocating. She could hear the faint beeping of a heart monitor in the distance, a reminder that Jackie was still alive, still holding on. Emma turned and rushed to her sister's side. Jackie's body was cold, but there was still a faint pulse beneath her skin. Her chest rose and fell, shallow but steady. Emma's heart skipped a beat. She had done it, but the hospital was still far from over. The hallway was silent now, but the quiet was a deception, a lull before the storm. Emma's breathing slowed, though her heart still hammered in her chest, each thudding beat reverberating through her bones. The creature was gone. She had made it vanish, or so she believed. But Emma knew better than to think it was truly gone. It wasn't just a thing. It was a force, a reflection of the darkness inside her, a manifestation of grief, guilt, and loss. The hospital had been its home, but she had been its true target. She looked down at Jackie. Her sister's body was cold to the touch, her once rosy cheeks now pale, her chest rising and falling slowly but steadily. It was a sign that she was still clinging to life, hanging by a thread, but that thread was wearing thin. Emma had no time to waste. Jackie needed help, and fast. But where could she go? Where could she run when the entire hospital was against her? A cold draft cut through the hallway, and Emma instinctively tightened her grip around her sister. The lights above her flickered again, casting long shadows that seemed to move and shift in time with her steps. She felt the creeping unease return, the sensation that she wasn't alone, that something was watching her, following her, even if she couldn't see it. She looked around, scanning the hall for any sign of movement, but it was eerily still. Then, out of the corner of her eye, she saw something, a door, one she had never seen before. It was at the end of the hall, just beyond the farthest corner, nestled between two faded, peeling walls. It looked out of place. The wooden frame was warped and cracked, the brass handle tarnished with age. The door itself seemed to pulse with a faint light, an eerie glow that beckoned her, urging her forward, as though it held the answers she desperately sought. Emma's pulse quickened. She didn't know why, but something told her that the door was important. It was the only way forward. She glanced down at Jackie again, the fragile form still limp in her arms, and without hesitation she moved toward the door. Every step felt heavy, laden with the weight of her fear and uncertainty, but she pressed on. The moment her hand wrapped around the cold brass handle, the temperature in the hall dropped sharply, causing her to gasp. It was like plunging into ice water, the air thick and suffocating, every breath a struggle. Still, she twisted the handle, forcing the door open. The hinges groaned in protest, but the door swung inward, revealing the space beyond. At first, Emma couldn't make out much. It was dark, almost pitch black, save for the dim glow coming from somewhere deep within the room. But as her eyes adjusted, she could see that the room wasn't empty. Far from it. It was a hospital room, but not like the others. There were no sterile white sheets, no clean metal beds or equipment. Instead, the walls were lined with shelves filled with strange objects, jars of murky liquid, cracked old books with pages torn and yellowed, strange tools she didn't recognize. A pungent, bitter smell filled the air, like old blood and antiseptic, The center of the room was a large metal chair, the kind you'd see in an old-fashioned dentist's office. But this one was different. This one was covered in rust, and strange symbols were etched into the metal, as though it had been there for centuries, holding something or someone trapped. And in the center of the room, standing motionless, was the thing. It was her, Jackie, but not the Jackie Emma knew. This version of her sister was twisted, a grotesque shadow of the person she had once been. Her skin was pale, almost translucent, and her hair hung in damp, lifeless strands around her face. Her eyes were wide, unblinking, their once bright blue irises now dark and hollow, pools of endless blackness. Her mouth was slightly open, and a low, guttural hum emitted from her throat like a song, but distorted, haunting. Emma froze, unable to move, her heart gripped by a sudden, suffocating fear. It was her sister, and yet it wasn't. This wasn't the Jackie she had carried through the hospital, the one who had been on the edge of death. This thing was something else, something worse. This is where it all begins, the voice in Emma's mind whispered, the same voice that had tormented her before, the voice that was both her own and not her own. This is the heart of it. The hospital, the darkness. You've come to the place where it all started. Emma's breath caught in her throat. She took a cautious step forward, her feet dragging through the thick, wet floor as though the very ground was sucking her in. The cold seemed to grow sharper, more intense, as she approached the center of the room. Jackie's figure remained, motionless, her eyes fixed on Emma, but there was something wrong with them. They weren't looking at her, they were looking through her, as though they couldn't see her at all. "Don't you see, Emma?" The voice continued, a low, mocking tone. "Now she's gone. She's been gone for so long. You can't save her. You can't fix what's been broken." "No," Emma whispered, shaking her head. "I'm not going to let you take her." The air seemed to thicken around her, the room growing darker still, as though the very shadows had come alive. The walls of the room began to close in, inch by inch, as though the space itself were trying to swallow her whole. The creature, the entity, was here. It had been here all along, waiting for her, watching her every step. It was here, in the heart of the hospital, in this room of forgotten memories. Her mind flashed back to the memories of the hospital, the strange coldness that had seeped into the walls, the whispers she had heard late at night, the sense of being watched, even when she was alone. It all made sense now. The hospital wasn't just a place, it was a living thing, a twisted, sentient creature that fed on fear, grief, and regret. It had trapped them all here, feeding off their pain, their sorrow. And Jackie was the key. "You don't belong. Here, Emma. None of you do." The voice grew louder, more insistent. "You can't escape me. You can't escape what you've done." "No," Emma said again, her voice trembling but resolute. "You're wrong. I won't let you control me anymore." With a strength she didn't know she had, she turned to face the twisted form of her sister. Her eyes locked onto Jackie's vacant stare, and for the first time since the creature had started to torment her, Emma saw the truth. She wasn't alone. She was never alone. The guilt, the grief, it had been hers to bear, yes. But it wasn't just hers. It had become part of this place, part of the hospital, and she couldn't let it win. Emma stepped forward, ignoring the voice that screamed inside her head, ignoring the shadows that reached out for her, trying to pull her back. She reached out for Jackie, her hands trembling but steady. "I'm sorry," she whispered, her voice breaking. "I'm so sorry, but I'm not giving up on you. Not now. Not ever." She took Jackie's cold hand in her own, and the room went still. For a moment Emma felt nothing. No cold, no shadows, no fear. Just silence. But then a pulse of warmth surged through her, radiating from her chest, spreading outward, filling every inch of her being. The air shifted, the darkness receding, and Jackie's body gave a sudden sharp breath. Emma could feel it, her sister's heartbeat, faint but present. A voice, her sister's voice, whispered through the air, "Thank you." And in that moment, Emma knew the truth. She hadn't just been fighting the creature. She had been fighting herself, fighting her own guilt, her own pain, and now she was free, but not entirely. The hospital wasn't done with her yet. The room around Emma seemed to pulse, as though it had a life of its own. The shadows that had once seemed to stretch endlessly now receded, pulling back into the corners, shrinking into the walls as if the very foundation of the hospital were breathing with a newfound ease. For a moment Emma believed that it was over, that the terror, the overwhelming darkness, was finally gone. Jackie was breathing again. Her sister was no longer just a cold, lifeless shell, but a fragile heartbeat under Emma's trembling hand. But that moment of peace was fleeting, like a whisper caught on the wind, quickly carried away by the storm that still raged beneath the surface. The walls, once oppressive, seemed to flex, warping, bending, as though the hospital was adjusting itself to the shift in the atmosphere. The temperature had returned to normal, but the air was heavier now, thick with something else, something darker. And that's when it happened. The floor beneath them gave a low, unsettling groan. Emma's stomach churned as the ground seemed to shift, as though the very foundation of the building had begun to tremble. Jackie stirred in her arms, her eyes fluttering open, but they were wide with confusion. Fear. Emma felt a jolt of panic shoot through her, her heart skipping as she looked at her sister's face. But it wasn't the face of the Jackie she had known. It was twisted just for a moment, her eyes black, her lips stretched into an unnatural grin. Then, with a sharp gasp, Jackie's expression returned to the familiar, her gaze locking with Emma's. "I'm here," Jackie whispered, her voice weak but real. "What happened? Where are we?" Emma's breath caught. Her sister was back, really back, but something had changed. The air around them seemed to hum with energy, a static charge building up with every passing second. "Stay close," Emma whispered, though her words barely broke the heavy silence of the room. She pulled Jackie closer, wrapping her arms around her protectively. But it wasn't just the hospital walls closing in. It was something else, something deeper, a sense that whatever force had been hunting them was not finished yet. The room before them had shifted in a subtle way. Something was different. The shelves that had once seemed like mere decorations now appeared to pulse with the faintest glow. The jars, the books, the tools, they all looked alive. And the symbols etched into the metal chair, symbols that had once been incomprehensible, now seemed to move, shifting and rearranging themselves in an eerie, hypnotic pattern. Then the whispers started. At first they were faint, a low hum that Emma thought she might have imagined. But as the air grew colder again, the whispers grew louder, sharper. They began to chant, repeating the same phrases over and over, as though they were tied to something ancient, something cursed. Emma could feel it now, the weight of their words pressing against her chest. The whispers weren't just voices. They were memories, long buried, deep within her mind. "You can't leave. You never should have come. She was never meant to be saved." Her head spun. The voices were familiar, so familiar, like echoes from a distant dream. But they weren't just whispers in her ears. They were thoughts, memories she hadn't realized she had. "Jackie." Emma's voice was small, barely a whisper as she turned toward her sister, whose pale face was lit by the dim glow of the strange symbols. Jackie looked back at her, her lips trembling as she tried to speak. But the words didn't come. The whispers drowned them out. "You're part of us now." The words pierced through Emma like shards of glass. She gasped, stumbling back from her sister. She hadn't realized how far the room had shifted until now. It was no longer just a hospital room. It was something else. The walls, the shelves, the symbols, they all seemed to vibrate with an energy that Emma couldn't comprehend, an energy that she knew was tied to the very heart of the hospital. And she was caught in it. "Get out." Emma turned toward the door. But it wasn't there anymore. The way out had vanished, swallowed by the room itself. The walls, the floor, the ceiling, all of it seemed to be folding in on itself, twisting, stretching, pulling her into a place that wasn't just the hospital. It was something older, something darker. She felt herself being pulled by a force. She couldn't see, but one she could certainly feel. Her heart raced. Her thoughts were a blur. She was caught, stuck in the very place she had once thought of as a sanctuary. A low groan rumbled through the floorboards again. The door, once seemingly a way out, was now covered by something else, a mass of dark, writhing shapes. The walls trembled, and from the shadows in the farthest corner, something began to emerge. At first, it was just a shape, flickering and undefined. But as it drew closer, Emma realized what it was. The creature. The one that had haunted her nightmares, that had stalked her through every hallway of the hospital. It was no longer a shadow. It had taken form. It was Jackie, or at least it looked like her. The creature that stood before Emma now had her sister's face, her sister's body, but it was warped, twisted into something unrecognizable. The skin was stretched too tight over the bones, the eyes sunken and hollow, the lips curling into a grotesque smile that didn't belong to a living person. And its fingers, oh God, its fingers were long and bent like claws reaching for her. "You're too late, Emma," it whispered in Jackie's voice, but there was no warmth in the words. It was cold, hollow, taunting. She was never meant to be saved. She was never meant to come back. Emma's breath caught in her throat. Her knees buckled, and she sank to the floor, her eyes locked on the twisted form before her. This was the thing that had been hunting her all along. This was the entity that had been feeding on her guilt, her grief. And now, it had taken her sister. It had taken Jackie. "Jackie!" Emma screamed, her voice breaking. She reached out for her sister's body, but the creature recoiled, the face warping into something even more horrifying. The figure jerked backward, its fingers twitching as if testing the air for something it couldn't see. "No, Emma," the voice mocked. This time not Jackie's, but the deep, guttural tone of the creature. "You can't save her. You never could." Emma felt herself shaking, her body trembling with the weight of the truth. The thing before her wasn't just a monster. It was a reflection of everything she had ever feared, a manifestation of the broken pieces of herself that she had been trying to put back together. The whispers intensified, their voices rising, overlapping one another until Emma felt as though her very soul was being torn apart by the sound. They weren't just in the room now, they were in her head. Every thought, every doubt, every unresolved regret flooding to the surface. "You failed her. You failed them both. This is your punishment." "No," Emma whispered, her voice hoarse with emotion. She stood, pushing against the weight of her own fear, her own guilt. She wasn't going to let this thing win. She couldn't. She reached deep inside herself, pulling on the last threads of strength she had left. This was her final battle. The hospital wasn't going to claim her, wasn't going to claim her sister. Again. "Jackie," she whispered, her eyes narrowing with determination. "I'm here. I'm not leaving you." The creature screeched, a piercing, high-pitched sound that made the walls shudder, but Emma ignored it. She stepped forward, reaching for the thing that had taken her sister, that had haunted her every step of the way. "I'm not afraid of you," Emma said, her voice steady, unwavering. And with that she lunged. The moment Emma lunged toward the creature, the world around her seemed to collapse into chaos. The air grew thick with the weight of her desperation, the sound of her heartbeat pounding in her ears as though the walls themselves were beating in time with her. The floor beneath her seemed to ripple, shifting like liquid, as if the very foundations of the hospital were alive, reacting to her every move. She could feel the pulse of its twisted presence, an overwhelming, suffocating sensation that pressed in from all sides. The creature in front of her, still wearing Jackie's face, recoiled at her approach, but it didn't flee. No. Instead, it twisted and contorted, its body undulating like liquid, flowing in unnatural patterns. The sharp claws at the end of its fingers flexed, extending like jagged weapons, and its hollow black eyes glowed with an eerie, otherworldly light. A rasping, guttural laugh echoed from its throat, sending a chill down Emma's spine. "You think you can stop me?" It hissed in Jackie's voice, though it sounded twisted, mocking. "You think you can save her? You don't understand. You are me. You are this place. You cannot escape it." The air around Emma pulsed with a dark, oppressive energy, thick with the weight of the hospital's ancient power. She could feel the walls of the room closing in, the corners of the space bending and twisting in ways they shouldn't have. The whispers grew louder, like 1,000 voices screaming in unison. They were everywhere now, behind her, beside her, in her own mind. "You can't escape, you can't fix it. This is your punishment." "No!" Emma screamed, her voice rising above the noise. "I'm not you. I'm not a part of this. I'm not this place." The creature snarled, its grotesque smile widening. The air around it shimmered as though it was becoming something else entirely, a dark, swirling mass of shadow and agony. But Emma didn't look away. She couldn't. Her hands shook with the weight of the emotions swirling inside her, grief, guilt, fear. But beneath it all, there was something else, a quiet, simmering rage that burned in her chest, a fire that refused to be extinguished. "Jackie," Emma whispered, her voice soft now, almost tender. "I'm here. I'm not leaving you." The creature's expression faltered for a brief moment. For just an instant, the hollow darkness in its eyes flickered. Something like recognition, like the last vestiges of her sister's soul fighting against the thing that had taken over her body. Emma felt it too, a pull, a tug, as though something deep within Jackie was reaching for her. The creature recoiled, hissing in fury. "You don't understand, Emma. She's gone. She was never meant to be saved. All that's left is me." The air around them seemed to crackle with an ancient, malevolent energy, thickening until Emma felt she could barely breathe. The ground beneath her feet shifted again, this time more violently. The walls groaned in protest, their once sturdy structure now buckling as if the very bones of the hospital were aching. Emma felt the power of the entity swell, drawing its strength from the very darkness that had surrounded them for so long. It was feeding, growing stronger, and in that moment, Emma knew what she had to do. She couldn't fight it, not like this. She had to face it. The realization hit her like a lightning bolt. All along, she had been trying to escape, trying to outrun the guilt, the fear, the memories that haunted her. But they had been a part of her, woven into the fabric of her soul. The hospital, the creature, it wasn't separate from her. It was her. It was her trauma, her grief, her unresolved pain made flesh. The longer she fought it, the stronger it became. She had been fighting herself, and that was the key. To break free, she had to let go of the guilt. She had to forgive herself. "Jackie," Emma whispered again, this time her voice filled with an aching tenderness. "I'm sorry I couldn't save you. I couldn't stop it. But I will never forget you. I will never forget us." The creature's grotesque form writhed in front of her, its eyes flashing with anger and hunger. But Emma's resolve did not falter. She had to embrace the truth, the terrible, bitter truth that had been gnawing at her for so long. She had blamed herself. She had thought it was her fault that Jackie was gone, that she could have done more, that if she had only been there, things would have turned out differently. But that wasn't the truth. The truth was that the guilt was a lie. And in that moment, Emma understood. She could let go. She could forgive herself. She could stop being trapped in this cycle of pain and fear. The hospital seemed to shudder, a violent tremor running through the floor, as though the building itself was reacting to her epiphany. The creature let out a guttural shriek, a sharp, twisted sound that echoed through the room and bounced off the walls like a distorted nightmare. The shadows around them began to pulse, swirling into chaotic, jagged patterns, as if the entity was collapsing in on itself. It was dying, but not without a final attempt to drag Emma down with it. The creature lunged, its claws outstretched, but Emma stood firm. She felt a warmth spread through her, a radiant energy that pushed back against the darkness. The creature's form faltered, its edges blurring, as if it could no longer hold itself together. It screeched in agony, its grotesque features warping, twisting beyond recognition. And then, for the first time since Emma had stepped foot in the hospital, the room fell silent. The creature was gone. Emma collapsed to her knees, her body racked with exhaustion. She was trembling, but it wasn't from fear. It was the release, the catharsis of letting go. She had faced it. She had faced herself, her pain, her fear, and now it was over. She looked down at Jackie, whose body was still lying on the cold floor. Her sister's chest rose and fell, shallow but steady, the color slowly returning to her skin. Emma's heart soared with a mixture of relief and sorrow. She had saved her sister, but she had also saved herself. As she reached out to touch Jackie's hand, the room around them began to change once more. The darkness lifted, the oppressive weight of the hospital's influence slowly melting away. The walls, though cracked and worn, no longer felt alive with malice. The coldness that had once permeated every corner of the place began to recede, and the whispers, those terrible, haunting whispers, fell silent. Emma knew she had won. The hospital, the creature, the memories. It had all been a manifestation of her own struggle, but she had fought it. She had faced the darkness, and in doing so, she had broken its hold. Jackie stirred, her eyes fluttering open. She blinked up at Emma, confusion clouding her gaze before recognition dawned. "Emma?" she whispered, her voice weak but real. "I'm here," Emma said, her voice thick with emotion. She smiled through the tears that threatened to spill from her eyes. "I'm here." And for the first time in a long while, Emma felt a glimmer of hope. Hope that the darkness might finally be behind them. But deep within the hospital, something stirred, as though it had been waiting all along, waiting for the right moment. The silence in the hospital was deafening. It wrapped around Emma like a heavy blanket, pressing down on her chest, making it difficult to breathe. The room, once filled with the shrieks and groans of a supernatural entity, was now eerily still. No whispers, no pulses of unnatural energy. It was as though the place had exhaled a deep, collective sigh, releasing the tension that had built up over days, weeks, no years. The shadows no longer clung to the walls, and the oppressive cold that had seeped into her bones had dissipated. But even as the hospital seemed to breathe again, something lingered in the air, something that Emma couldn't quite name. Jackie was alive. The reality of that fact was slow to settle into Emma's consciousness. She hadn't truly believed it until now, until she saw her sister's eyes flutter open and heard her weak, trembling voice call out her name. Jackie wasn't just alive in a technical sense. She was whole again, restored. The paleness of her skin, the lifelessness in her limbs, had all receded. The frailty, the coldness that had overtaken her body was gone. And yet, there was something new, something unsettling. Her presence felt different. "Jackie," Emma whispered, brushing the damp strands of hair from her sister's forehead. "Are you okay? Can you hear me?" Jackie blinked several times, her eyes trying to focus. Still glazed with confusion, she looked around the room, the sterile hospital white walls, the broken windows, the remnants of the terrible confrontation they'd just survived. Then, her gaze settled back on Emma. "Yeah, I think so," she said softly, her voice hoarse, but unmistakably hers. "But what happened? Where are we?" Emma took a deep breath, her body trembling as the enormity of everything that had happened crashed down upon her. She wanted to tell her sister the truth, everything, the entity, the hospital's twisted hold, the force that had tried to tear them apart. But the words seemed impossible to find. The weight of her emotions, the horror they had just faced, were too much for her to process in one breath. You were gone, Jackie," Emma murmured, her voice breaking as she fought back the tears. "You were dead. I thought I had lost you." Jackie's brow furrowed in confusion. "What do you mean? I'm right here. You saved me, but how? Her voice trailed off, a flicker of realization beginning to cross her face. I don't know, Emma said quietly, shaking her head. But I think I saved myself too. She looked down at her hands, which were still trembling from the adrenaline of the confrontation. I had to face it, face all of it. The guilt, the grief. It wasn't just about you, Jackie. It was about me too. About everything I've been running from. Jackie seemed to understand, her gaze softening as she reached out to grasp Emma's hand. You don't have to face it alone, she said gently. We're in this together. But even as Jackie spoke, Emma felt a creeping unease crawl up her spine. Her eyes darted around the room, the empty space now filled with an unnatural stillness. It was too quiet, too calm. For a moment, she allowed herself to think that maybe they had truly escaped, that maybe the darkness had finally been banished, for good. But deep down, Emma knew better. Jackie shifted beside her, the motion too slow, too labored. Emma's eyes snapped back to her sister. Jackie? She asked, her voice suddenly tight with worry. Jackie looked at her, but something was wrong. Her eyes, once filled with confusion and relief, now seemed distant, glassy. The warmth that had returned to her face was fading once more, replaced by a coldness, a strange heaviness that made Emma's heart tighten. Jackie? Emma's voice trembled as she gripped her sister's hand more tightly, her fingers digging into the flesh. What's happening? Talk to me. You're scaring me. I don't know, Jackie whispered, her voice a ghost of what it had been moments before. I feel strange. She looked at Emma, her eyes wide with a sudden, terrifying realization. Emma, I don't feel like myself. Before Emma could respond, the room around them began to shift again. At first it was subtle, just the faintest ripple in the air, like the surface of a pond disturbed by an unseen force. But then the temperature dropped, and Emma could see her breath misting in the air. A dark, swirling fog began to materialize, creeping along the floor and rising up the walls like a living thing. No, Emma whispered, backing away. No, not again. Jackie's breath quickened, her chest heaving as if she was struggling to breathe. What's happening to me? Emma, please, what's going on? The dark fog thickened, taking shape. At first it was formless, but soon enough it began to take on the same sinister, twisted form they had seen before, the shape of the creature that had tormented them. But this time it was different. The face that materialized in the fog was no longer just a grotesque imitation of Jackie. This was something deeper, something much darker. The thing that had been lurking behind the shadows all along. Emma's heart raced. She turned toward the door, but it was still gone, replaced by the same dark mass that had been there before. The room was shrinking again, the walls pulling inward, the very air becoming heavy with an invisible force that suffocated her. Jackie was still beside her, but she was no longer the sister she had known. She was something else. No, Emma thought desperately, her mind racing. This can't be happening again. This has to be over. The fog parted, revealing the creature's face, fully formed now. Jackie's face, yes, but its eyes were black, deep, and endless. There was no life in them, no warmth, only the cold, malevolent presence that had haunted Emma from the very beginning. And it spoke. You failed her, it rasped, its voice low and mocking, the sound of metal scraping against stone. You failed both of you. She was never meant to live. Neither of you were. The room trembled again, and Emma felt her body go cold as she backed away from the creature. The edges of her vision blurred, and the walls seemed to pulse, as if the hospital itself were alive and feeding on her fear. Jackie, her sister, was standing there, but she wasn't really there anymore. It was just a shell. The creature had taken her. "No," Emma said, shaking her head fiercely. "I won't let you take her. I won't let you win." The creature's smile stretched wider, impossibly wide, as it inched closer, its shadow consuming everything in its path. "You already have," it whispered. "You always have." Emma's world began to crumble around her. The hospital was no longer just a place. It was something else, something more dangerous. And she knew, with a sinking certainty, that this fight wasn't over. Not yet. Emma's heart pounded in her chest, the beats so rapid that they blurred into a constant, frantic thrum. She felt her breath quicken, the air thick with the oppressive weight of the darkness closing in. The walls of the room pressed tighter, folding in like the jaws of some ancient, monstrous creature that was preparing to swallow her whole. And the creature, the twisted, dark reflection of Jackie, stood before her, its form a grotesque mockery of the sister she had fought so desperately to save. Her mind reeled. "No, no, no," she thought, her hands trembling as she reached out toward Jackie's fading figure. The creature's eyes, deep black pits of nothingness, stared back at her with a chilling emptiness, as though they could see straight through her, stripping away every layer of her soul. "You failed," the creature whispered again, its voice a rasping, ethereal sound that scraped at Emma's nerves. It was not Jackie's voice. No, this was something worse, something older, deeper. "You failed her, Emma. You brought her back from the dead, but you didn't know what you were bringing with you." Emma shook her head in disbelief, taking a hesitant step back, her feet barely able to find purchase on the shifting, unstable floor. The very fabric of reality seemed to warp, bending at the edges, the air growing thick and suffocating. Her mind screamed at her to wake up, to break free from the nightmare that seemed to have no end. But there was no escape. The creature's presence was suffocating, suffused with the power of the hospital, of everything that had happened here. It was as if the place itself had become a sentient entity, alive and malevolent, feeding off of her fears, her regrets, her guilt. "Jackie, please," Emma whispered, her voice breaking, her eyes wide with desperation. "I need you. I know. You're still in there, please. Fight it." For a moment, Jackie, her sister, or whatever was left of her, blinked. Her eyes flickered, struggling to focus, a fleeting moment of recognition in the depths of her gaze. A small gasp of air escaped her lips and Emma's pulse quickened. Maybe Jackie was still there, somewhere, beneath the crushing weight of the thing that had taken over her body. Maybe there was still hope. But then that flicker of humanity vanished, and the creature's mouth twisted into a grotesque, mocking smile. "There's nothing left of her," it hissed. "You know that. She's gone, Emma. Gone forever." A chill ran through Emma as the words sank in. She could feel it, deep in her bones, the truth that the creature was speaking. Jackie was gone. But it wasn't just her sister who had been lost in that hospital. It was something far more ancient, something that had been waiting, lurking in the shadows of her memories, of the walls of this cursed place. The air seemed to crackle with a dark, terrible energy, and the hospital itself groaned, as if it were alive, reacting to the entity that had begun to stir once more. The shadows in the room stretched and twisted like living creatures, their tendrils creeping toward Emma, curling around her legs and arms, pulling her down, suffocating her. She gasped for breath, struggling to break free from the suffocating grip of the darkness, but her limbs felt heavy, like they were made of stone. The floor seemed to tilt beneath her, as though the entire hospital were tilting with her, shifting, warping, and disintegrating at the edges of her vision. And then there was a sound, a faint, distant tapping, almost like a rhythmic knock emanating from somewhere deep within the hospital. At first it was so soft that Emma thought it might have been the echo of her own mind playing tricks on her. But as the seconds stretched on, the tapping grew louder, more distinct. It was coming from the walls, from the floors, from the very bones of the building itself. A steady, persistent beat that seemed to reverberate through the ground, through the walls, through her very core. What is that? Emma thought, her eyes darting around in a panic, trying to locate the source of the sound. The creature noticed too. Its face twitched, a flicker of unease passing across its twisted features. For the first time, it seemed uncertain, almost fearful, and that fear sent a wave of cold dread coursing through Emma. If this thing, this monstrous ancient entity, was afraid of something, then that something was even more dangerous than she had imagined. The tapping grew louder still, more insistent, almost as though it were trying to break through the walls, trying to break free. The floor beneath Emma's feet cracked and splintered, sending jagged lines of deep blackness streaking across the room until the very ground seemed to be dissolving into nothingness. The creature, the twisted form of Jackie, screeched in agony, its body contorting in unnatural ways as the air around it shimmered with dark, swirling energy. The shadows that had been creeping toward Emma suddenly recoiled, as if they were being pulled away, drawn back into the darkness from which they had emerged. Something was coming. Emma's eyes widened as she turned toward the source of the tapping. And that's when she saw it. It. The shape emerged slowly from the walls, its form shrouded in an impenetrable mist. The figure was tall enough to tower over her, with a pale, haunting face that seemed to flicker in and out of existence. Its eyes were hollow voids, dark and endless, with no sign of recognition, no hint of humanity. It was ancient, older than the hospital, older than anything Emma had ever encountered. The tapping had stopped now. The air was still, but the weight of the presence before her was overwhelming. The creature that had been tormenting her, this dark reflection of Jackie, seemed to shrink back, retreating into the shadows as if it had no power over the new arrival. Emma's mind raced. Who is this? What is this thing? And then the figure spoke. Its voice was a low, grinding whisper, like the rustling of dry leaves in a forgotten graveyard. It came from all around her, inside her head, as if the very walls of the hospital were speaking through it. You should never have come back, Emma. The words resonated through her skull, sending a shock of cold terror down her spine. The hospital, the very place that had become a prison of her grief and guilt, was alive with the voice of something ancient, something that had been watching, waiting for its chance to strike. This was no mere haunting. This was a force far older than the entity she had just faced, far more powerful and far more dangerous. This is mine, it whispered. This place is mine, and now you will belong to it too. The ground beneath Emma's feet seemed to crack open, and the shadows around her began to twist into serpentine shapes, writhing and coiling as though they were alive, drawn to the figure that stood before her. It was as if the hospital itself was bowing down to this ancient power, giving it what it craved. Emma's pulse raced as she tried to gather her thoughts. I need to get out. I need to... But before she could move, the figure reached out with a single skeletal hand, its fingers long and impossibly thin. The air around Emma went cold, and she felt an invisible force wrap around her, tugging her toward... The thing! No! Emma screamed, struggling against the force. I won't let you have me! But the figure's grip tightened, and Emma's vision blurred, her thoughts spiraling. The walls around her seemed to collapse in on themselves, and the air was filled with a deafening silence, a silence that was more suffocating than any scream. And then, as the shadows closed in, as the darkness pressed against her very soul, Emma realized the truth. The hospital was not just haunted, it was a vessel, a prison for something far older than she had ever imagined. And now she was its prisoner. The air grew heavier as the ancient presence tightened its grip on Emma. Her heart hammered in her chest, each beat a loud, frantic drum that echoed in her ears. She felt the walls of the hospital closing in on her, not in the way they had when the creature had haunted her before, but in a far more profound way, like the very foundations of this forsaken place were aligning themselves with the entity that had emerged from the dark. The atmosphere, thick and suffocating, seemed to pulse with an oppressive weight, as though the building itself was breathing in sync with the thing that loomed before her. This isn't just a ghost, Emma realized. Her mind scrambled to grasp what was happening, what had been happening all along. This is something far older, something far worse. The figure that had materialized from the walls stood motionless, its hollow, dark eyes locked on her. It wasn't just a shadow. No, this was something far beyond that, something that had lived in the dark spaces between time, waiting. The face, pale and almost translucent, flickered like an old film reel. For a moment, it almost seemed to remember her, a brief glimmer of recognition, a twisted, mocking smile. But then it was gone, replaced by the emptiness that had filled its hollow eyes. Emma's body trembled involuntarily, her legs refusing to move, as if her very bones were afraid of this presence. The force that had wrapped itself around her tightened, pulling her toward the figure. She could feel it drawing her in like the gravitational pull of a black hole. Her chest constricted, and her breath came in shallow gasps. She struggled, reaching for the air, her hands desperate to find something to hold on to, something to stop herself from being consumed. "You cannot escape," the figure whispered, its voice like the scraping of metal on stone. It came from everywhere and nowhere at once, seeping into her mind, her thoughts, drowning her in a cold, endless darkness. "Not now. Not ever. You're too far gone." Emma squeezed her eyes shut, willing herself not to listen to the voice that echoed in her head. It wasn't real, not completely. It couldn't be. The thing might have had power, but she had fought before. She had faced horrors before, and she had survived. She had fought for Jackie. She had fought for herself. And now she had to fight again. The darkness around her thickened, swirling, as if it had its own breath, a tangible force that moved and pulsed like living, writhing tendrils. She could hear the faintest whisper, like an old lullaby, so soft that she almost thought it was a dream. But it grew louder, a constant hum in the back of her mind. The walls began to ripple, the hospital itself seeming to bend and flex in rhythm. With the creature's power, it was feeding on her fear. "You think you can defeat me?" the entity hissed. "You think you can escape me?" Emma's vision blurred with tears, but she could see the creature's form shift. Its body was stretching, elongating, as though it were outgrowing its confines, morphing into something far larger. The fog around her churned, thickening into a mass of dark energy that swirled around her like a storm. Its shape was becoming more defined, more monstrous. Its face, Jackie's face, melted and reformed, its features twisting and distorting, as if caught between two realities. The once faint resemblance to her sister was fading, swallowed by the inky blackness that consumed the form, until nothing but pure malice remained. This is it, Emma realized, her breath catching in her throat. It's not just a haunting. It's something much darker. This place, this hospital, is a prison, and I am its prisoner. The figure's hands reached toward her, impossibly long fingers stretching, crackling with an energy so dark that it seemed to burn the air itself. The shadows danced along the walls, shifting violently as though alive, as if they were responding to the entity's will. Emma could feel the pull of it, the terrifying magnetic force drawing her closer, suffocating her, closing in on her with each passing second. And then, for a brief, fleeting moment, she remembered. The journal. The journal her mother had kept. The one she had read after all this began. The one that contained the stories of this place, the accounts of the hospital's twisted past. The stories of doctors who had disappeared without a trace, patients whose names were erased from records, and the strange rituals that had been conducted in the darkest corners of the hospital. Rituals that had been performed in an attempt to harness something beyond their comprehension. Something that had been dormant. Something that had always been here, waiting for the right moment to wake. But it wasn't just the ritual she remembered. It was the warning. There is something ancient in the walls of this place. If you disturb it, it will claim you. It will feed on you until there is nothing left. The words burned in her mind. She had read them over and over, her heart sinking deeper with each passing line. They hadn't just been written as a warning to the world. They had been written to her, to Jackie, to the very people who had entered this place, unknowingly releasing the entity that now held them in its grasp. Emma's pulse quickened. The creature, the presence, was feeding on their fear. It was using her grief, her guilt, her pain to grow stronger, to warp the fabric of reality around her. But what if... She had no time to finish the thought. A sharp, guttural cry rang through the room as the figure lunged forward, its clawed hands reaching for her. The air snapped, the silence shattered, and all at once the world seemed to split apart. A rush of cold, of blackness, engulfed her as the hospital twisted, its walls closing in on her, the ceiling coming down, the floor splintering beneath her feet. "You are mine now," the entity hissed, its voice so low that it vibrated in her chest. "And so is she." Emma's throat tightened as she felt herself being pulled down, the gravity of it crushing her. The entity's fingers grazed her arm, sending a shock of freezing pain through her body. But in that moment, a strange clarity bloomed within her. It was fleeting, but it was enough. Enough to make her remember. The hospital, the journal, the rituals, the warnings. They had all been pointing toward one thing. The entity could only feed, only grow stronger, if it had a reason to latch onto them. If it could amplify their fears, their grief, their regrets. But what if she didn't give it that power? What if she could turn it back on itself? No, Emma breathed, her voice barely a whisper. She planted her feet against the cracking floor, her legs trembling with the weight of the decision, but her mind was clear. Her hands shook with the force of her own will. No more. You don't control me. You don't control Jackie. The shadows around her recoiled, snapping back like ropes being pulled taut. The creature's face contorted in fury, its hands closing around her with inhuman speed, but Emma pushed against it. She would not go down without a fight. "I will defeat you," Emma gritted through her teeth, her eyes wild with a sudden clarity. She felt her body fill with something new, something other than fear, something stronger. A surge of energy coursed. Through her, a burst of pure defiance that felt like a crack in the dark. The shadows screamed, shrieking as though they were being torn apart, as though the very foundation of the hospital was shaking in its grip. "No!" The creature howled, its voice fraying at the edges, unraveling like old thread. The pull of the darkness lessened, and for the first time Emma felt her feet solidly on the ground. Her body, her mind were free, no longer at the mercy of the fear that had defined her existence in this place. The hospital, the shadows, the entity, they were not invincible, not anymore. The air was thick with a heavy, unnatural stillness. Emma's chest rose and fell with ragged breaths, her mind racing. The shadows that had once felt like an inescapable force now felt far more tangible, an oppressive weight, yet somehow she could feel the tension in them, the subtle shift of power that had occurred. The hospital no longer loomed over her like an all-consuming abyss. Now it was as though she had fractured it, pulled a seam loose in its reality. The walls around her still groaned and cracked, but they no longer felt alive, no longer felt like they were closing in. She had resisted. She had fought back. But at what cost? Emma's gaze shifted toward the thing in front of her. The creature, the entity, stood frozen, its form contorted and twitching. It was like a faded photograph, one whose edges were slowly starting to tear, the image becoming more distorted with every passing second. Its dark, hollow eyes bore into hers, filled with rage, but beneath that anger was something darker, something frantic, as if the very core of the entity had been shattered and it no longer understood the rules that had governed it for centuries, for millennia. Was it afraid? Emma didn't have time to ponder. She knew the battle wasn't over. The pull of the darkness was still there, but now it was different, like a great roaring storm gathering on the horizon. She could feel it. The end was near, but so was something worse. If she didn't finish this, if she didn't sever its grip once and for all, it would come back, stronger, hungrier. With a shuddering breath, Emma took a step forward, her feet dragging through the dust, the walls creaking with an unsettling rhythm that made the hairs on her neck stand on end. Her fingers twitched at her sides, clenching and unclenching, the familiar weight of fear clawing at her chest. But there was something else there now, something brighter, more powerful, something that felt like Jackie, the journal. The rituals, the deep, terrible knowledge she had uncovered over the past weeks had given her a key, a means to fight back. But what good was a key if you didn't know how to use it? The creature twitched again, this time with more intensity. Its face flickered, shifting between the familiar image of Jackie's face and something older, something far more monstrous. The hospital groaned in agony as though it were being torn apart from the inside, its entire structure vibrating with an unseen force. Emma could feel the energy in the room crackling, growing unstable. "No more," Emma whispered, her voice barely a breath. "I won't let you control me, or anyone else. Not again." She reached for the journal, her mother's journal. She had scoured every page, every frenzied scribble, every word that had been passed down through generations. She knew now what she had to do. She knew what this place was, and she knew how to stop it once and for all. The entity snarled, its form rippling violently as it shifted closer, its twisted limbs stretching unnaturally toward her. Its voice came again, a sharp, desperate screech that seemed to crack the very air. "You cannot stop me, Emma!" it howled, its voice distorted and torn. "You are mine! This place, this prison, will never release its hold. You cannot, you will not escape." But Emma was already moving, her heart pounding in her chest, her eyes set with a cold determination she hadn't felt before. She drew a deep, steadying breath as she held the journal in front of her, its ancient pages now glowing faintly with an otherworldly energy. She didn't know how, but she could feel it, like a connection between herself and the very core of the hospital, like the words on the pages were guiding her, pushing her forward. "Jackie." "I'm sorry," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. She could hear her sister's laughter, feel the warmth of her hand in hers, see the way Jackie had looked at her, always so full of life, always so full of hope. It was that memory, the love that had once bound them, that Emma used to fuel the last of her strength. But this is how it ends, for both of us. Emma pressed the journal against the air before her, her fingers tracing the symbols on the pages. Symbols that had been hidden for years, symbols that had been locked away, buried beneath the rubble of forgotten histories. And as her hand glided over them, the darkness seemed to recoil, the shadows shuddering and twisting as though they were in pain. The hospital's very foundation trembled, a deep, rumbling growl echoing from somewhere far beneath the earth, as though something had just awakened in the bowels of the building, something much older than anything Emma had faced. A sudden, deafening crack split the air, the sound of the fabric of reality itself tearing apart. The walls shuddered violently as the figure in front of her reached out, its body writhing and undulating in unnatural ways, stretching toward her with an unnatural speed. Its face twisted into a final, furious scream, its mouth opening wide, in an attempt to swallow her whole. And then, a flash of light. Emma's body was thrown backward, her hands raised instinctively to shield herself from the intense burst of energy. Her mind swirled with chaos, the world around her spinning in disorienting flashes of white and black. She could feel the weight of the hospital, its very walls groaning and cracking under the strain of the force that was tearing through it. And at the center of it all, the creature, its form splintering, breaking apart into shadowy fragments. The light was blinding, and for a moment, Emma couldn't see. She couldn't think. But then, as the last vestiges of the energy faded, she could hear the hospital groan one last time, a final gut-wrenching sound of destruction, and then nothing. Silence. The air felt different now, not suffocating or oppressive, but still heavy, but in a way that was more peaceful. The storm had passed. Emma opened her eyes, her breath slow and shaky, the world around her gradually coming back into focus. She was lying on the floor of the hospital, the ground cool beneath her. Her body ached, every muscle feeling as though it had been stretched to its limit. She pushed herself up shakily, glancing around. The darkness that had once filled every corner of the room was gone. The walls were no longer trembling, no longer shaking with the tremors of a place that was alive with hatred and fear. It felt empty now. Not quiet in the way the stillness of the night could feel peaceful, but quiet in the way an abandoned place felt once all life had drained from it. And then, in the distance, a faint sound, like footsteps, familiar footsteps, light, almost imperceptible, but unmistakable. Emma's heart leapt in her chest as she turned toward the sound. A figure appeared in the doorway, bathed in soft, golden light. It was Jackie, alive. But no, it wasn't just Jackie. It was a memory of her. The essence of the sister she had loved so dearly. The warmth that had been snuffed out so violently. Jackie's smile was soft, bittersweet. Her eyes filled with a love that transcended time, transcended death. She spoke without words, but Emma could hear her clearly, as though her voice echoed in her very soul. Thank you. And in that moment, Emma knew. She had freed both herself and her sister. She had fought through the darkest corners of the hospital, through her own fears, her grief, and the suffocating darkness that had claimed so many lives before hers. The hospital, for all its horrors, had released its grip. It was finally over. But the silence lingered, leaving Emma with a final thought. What if the darkness never really leaves? The silence that followed the entity's destruction was almost too complete, too still. Emma sat there in the cold, fractured remains of the hospital, her body trembling in exhaustion, her mind reeling from everything she had just endured. She could still hear her sister's voice, still feel the warmth of Jackie's presence in the air, even though she had vanished. But in the wake of her departure, something far deeper lingered. A presence. Not the entity that had haunted her so relentlessly, but something older, something that had watched in silence from the very foundation of the hospital. Emma's fingers trembled as they brushed the journal beside her, its pages now faintly glowing with an ethereal light. The words on those pages had been a guiding force, her lifeline through the terror she had faced, but they also held secrets. Secrets that had been buried so deep in the hospital's past that they had become more than mere whispers in the dark. The journal was still warm, its aura pulsing with the remnants of the energy that had been unleashed. As the seconds stretched into minutes, the feeling of being alone in this space began to settle over her. She had defeated the entity, severed its grip on the hospital, on herself. But as she looked around, the oppressive weight of history in the walls seemed to speak louder than anything she could hear. There was something left, she realized. Something was missing. She got to her feet, the room spinning slightly as the adrenaline that had kept her alive began to fade, leaving her weary, both in body and spirit. She moved cautiously, her senses stretched taut, as if the very air around her was watching. The hospital, which had once felt alive with shadow and terror, now felt abandoned. The thick, suffocating presence of the entity had dissipated. But, in its absence, an eerie stillness had settled into the building's bones. The world outside the hospital felt so distant now, and yet she knew that she couldn't stay here forever. She couldn't remain in this place where everything had begun. But where would she go? Emma's steps echoed softly in the empty corridors, each footfall seeming to reverberate through the silent hallways like a ghost of their own. The light was dim, flickering as it had been before, but now it seemed like a lifeline, a reminder that she had made it this far, that she had survived. Yet even in that relief, there was something gnawing at the back of her mind, something unsettling. She stopped in front of the nurse's station where she had first discovered the journal, the place where everything had started. The wooden desk was still there, covered in dust, the same cold, sterile atmosphere that had once terrified her now somehow comforting in its unchanging stillness. The journal was the only thing that seemed to have survived the horrors, the one thing that remained constant, but what had truly happened to this place? Emma closed her eyes, trying to block out the flickering lights and the persistent hum of electricity running through the hospital's abandoned circuits. In the silence, the weight of her experiences, her emotions, pressed down harder on her chest. The fear, the guilt, the sorrow, it all came rushing back in that moment. Jackie had been taken. Jackie was gone. But she had fought for her sister, hadn't she? She had faced her own darkness, her own fear, and she had freed Jackie's spirit. She could feel the truth of that now, even as the shadows whispered at the edge of her consciousness. The battle had been won, yet the victory didn't bring the peace she had expected. It had left her empty in ways she didn't understand. She wasn't sure if the grief she felt was for the loss of her sister or for the loss of her own innocence. The pieces of herself she had given up in the struggle to escape the clutches of the hospital's malevolent past. Had she truly escaped? Emma's eyes snapped open, her heart skipping a beat as something in the distance caught her eye. There, just beyond the threshold of the nurse's station, was a shadow. It flickered and disappeared too quickly to be anything tangible, but it was enough to make her stop in her tracks. Her breath caught in her throat. No, she thought, shaking her head. This can't be happening again. She glanced at the journal in her hand, the cover now covered in a thin layer of dust. It was still glowing faintly, the symbols she had traced earlier now fading into something unreadable. She had broken the hospital's grip on the darkness. She had freed Jackie. But then, what was this new shadow? She took a step forward, her hand reaching out for the threshold, but before she could cross it, the shadow flickered again, this time closer. And then, a voice, soft and whispering, just on the edge of hearing, came from the hallway beyond. Emma. She froze. The voice was so familiar yet so distant. It sounded like Jackie, but it was wrong. It had a hollow, echoing quality to it, as if it was being pulled from a great distance, from the very fabric of the hospital itself. Jackie? Emma whispered, her her voice trembling as she stepped closer to the doorway. "Is that you?" The hallway was dark, the air thick with the scent of mildew and decay. The walls seemed to close in, and she could hear the distant whir of old machinery that had long been silent. The sound of her own breathing was loud in her ears as she crept forward, stepping carefully into the dim light. And then, there. The figure that emerged from the shadows was not Jackie. It was something else. It stood tall, its form elongated and shifting like smoke caught in a stiff breeze. The face was no longer that of a human, but something twisted, something older. It had the same hollow eyes that she had seen in the entity before, but now those eyes were filled with something more than malice. They were filled with sorrow. The figure's hands, long and bony, reached out, the fingers trembling as though they were trying to grasp something just beyond reach. Emma's heart skipped a beat as she took a step back. "What are you?" she asked, her voice hoarse, barely more than a breath. "You are still here," the figure whispered, its voice a rasping, hollow thing. "You have never left." Emma's eyes widened, the words striking deep into her chest. She felt her pulse quicken, her mind racing with the realization. The hospital had been haunted by a darkness so old, so intertwined with the very fabric of its existence, that even after she had destroyed the creature, something remained. The entity may have been banished, but it had left a mark on the place. On her. The figure stepped closer, its movements slow, deliberate, and yet its presence was suffocating, as if it were the last breath of the hospital itself. A breath that refused to die. "No," Emma whispered, shaking her head as if trying to banish the image from her mind. "This is over. I stopped it. I freed Jackie." "You never freed her," the figure croaked, its voice a jagged, cruel mockery of a promise. "Jackie was never meant to leave this place." And then, with an unbearable weight of finality, it said, "Neither were you." The air turned cold. The walls around Emma creaked and groaned. The shadow twisted, its form growing more defined, more alive, as if the hospital itself were breathing, shifting, wrapping itself around her once again. She turned and ran. The hospital, the cursed building that had nearly claimed her life, seemed to fight her every step of the way. The hallways stretched endlessly, doors slammed shut, and the lights flickered, like dying stars. She ran through the corridors, her mind a blur, her breath coming in ragged gasps as she struggled to escape the growing darkness behind her. The journal clutched tightly in her hand. Emma barely registered the fact that it was no longer glowing. The final thread of light seemed to have died within it, leaving her with nothing but the weight of the pages. She could feel the presence drawing closer, following her, like a shadow that refused to leave. Then, just as the air seemed to close in on her, she reached the exit. The massive double doors, once so heavy and unyielding, now stood ajar, as though they were welcoming her. But as she crossed the threshold, something held her back. For a moment, just before stepping into the light outside, Emma felt something. Inside her, the last vestiges of the hospital's grasp hold her in place. She took one last long look at the building. The hospital was still standing, its walls scarred, broken. The doors were open, but she couldn't shake the feeling that it was watching her, waiting. And then, with one final shuddering breath, she stepped into the light, leaving the hospital and everything it had consumed behind. The air outside was different, crisp, clean, as if the world beyond the hospital had been washed of all the shadows that had clung to her for so long. Emma stood in the open field, her legs trembling beneath her. Her heart thudded painfully. In her chest, each beat a reminder of the horrors she had just escaped. The night sky stretched overhead, vast and starless, as though the universe itself were holding its breath. The silence was almost deafening, a profound stillness that pressed in from all sides, as though the world had gone still just for her. She stared back at the hospital, its silhouette looming against the horizon, a dark monolith in the distance. It looked so small now, distant and insignificant. Yet the memory of its oppressive presence clung to her like a second skin. A whisper of wind blew through the field, and Emma closed her eyes, feeling its cool touch against her face. But it wasn't enough to wash away the feeling of dread still coiled tightly in her chest. It was over, she told herself. But then why did it feel like she was still trapped within the hospital's walls? Why did she feel like someone was still watching her from the dark windows of the building she had just fled? She couldn't answer the question, not yet. She didn't have the strength to face it. All she wanted was to run as far from that place as her legs could carry her. But there was no escaping the lingering grip of the past, the fragments of memories that refused to let go. In the distance, the hospital seemed to shift, the darkness in the windows stirring. Her heart skipped a beat. Emma turned away sharply, as if the mere act of looking at it would pull her back into the nightmare. But the feeling remained, the faint pulse of something alive that she couldn't shake, something unfinished. But she was free now. She had to believe that. She had to believe that she could leave it all behind. The road in front of her stretched endlessly, leading toward the horizon. For a moment, she thought of Jackie. She remembered her sister's smile, her laugh, the way she had held her hand when they were children. Jackie had been the light in Emma's life, the light that had been extinguished so violently, the light that Emma had fought so hard to bring back. "I did it for you," Emma whispered, as though Jackie could hear her, as though her spirit was somehow close. "I did it for you, and I'm sorry." The wind howled once more, a lonely, eerie sound, as if the world itself were mourning. Emma's hand tightened around the journal still clutched in her fingers. It felt heavier now, as though the weight of what she had done, the darkness she had unleashed, the secrets she had uncovered, had left an imprint on the very pages she had used to navigate through the terror. For a moment, she considered tossing it into the grass, letting it burn beneath the open sky, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. The journal had been her anchor, her lifeline through everything. It had connected her to her past, to her mother's struggles, to the truth buried deep within the hospital's walls. It had also shown her the power of a bond, one forged in love, in grief, and in the unrelenting desire to fight for what was lost. She couldn't let that go. Not yet. With a deep, shuddering breath, she turned and began walking down the road, her steps slow and heavy. Each footfall felt like a small victory, yet each one also weighed her down, as if the very earth beneath her was trying to pull her back into the darkness. Hours passed. The night deepened around her. The world seemed vast, empty, and yet, the farther she walked, the more she felt something tugging at her, something pulling her back to the place she had just left behind. Her pulse quickened, the hairs on the back of her neck standing on end. Her breath grew shallow, quick. It was happening again. She spun around, her eyes scanning the horizon for any sign of the hospital. But the road behind her was empty, swallowed by the dark. Yet that sense of being followed, that constant pulling, was still there. It wasn't just the hospital. It wasn't just the entity. It was something deeper, something personal, something that had burrowed into her soul during the long night spent in that cursed place. Emma stopped, her chest tight, her fingers trembling. She turned the journal over in her hands. The symbols that had once glowed with an eerie light now seemed faded, almost forgotten, as if they were slipping away from her, out of her reach. But something tugged at her attention, something buried deep in the pages, something she hadn't seen before. As she flipped through them, a new, unfamiliar passage caught her eye. It wasn't written in the same handwriting as her mother's, nor was it part of the ritual she had followed so carefully. This was something new. It looked as though the ink had been written recently, scrawled with urgency. "I am still here. I never left. You never freed me." Emma froze. Her blood ran cold, the world around her spinning as she read the words over and over again, unable to process them. Her mind screamed, "No, this isn't possible. I freed you. I freed you." But the words stared back at her, taunting, relentless. "I am still here. I never left." The wind howled once more, and in the distance, the hospital flickered in and out of view, as though caught between two realities. Her heart raced as she clutched the journal tighter. The darkness was not gone. It was never gone. In the hospital, Emma had defeated the entity. She had broken the chains that bound her to that place, or so she thought. But as the darkness of the night closed in on her once more, Emma realized the horrifying truth. The entity hadn't been the only thing haunting the hospital. It had been her all along. The trauma, the grief, the terror, it had followed her. It wasn't just the hospital that had held her captive. It was the memories, the unresolved anguish that had seeped into her very soul, and now it was reaching out, extending its cold fingers into her life. The entity had only been a manifestation of her own fear, her own loss, her own brokenness. The hospital had only been the place where those pieces had gathered, where the dark emotions had taken root and grown. And now that she had escaped, now that she had stepped into the light, Emma knew that there would be no running from what she had left behind. No escaping the hollow echoes that would follow her wherever she went. She wasn't free. None of them were. The wind howled again, louder this time, carrying with it a faint, mournful voice. Jackie's voice, a soft whisper on the wind. "I never left. I'm still here. You can never escape me." And in that moment, Emma understood. The hospital had never been the true prison. The darkness hadn't been bound to its walls. The darkness was her own. With one last agonizing breath, Emma turned and walked toward the horizon, the road ahead, stretching infinitely before her. And though the night was still, though the hospital was far behind her, she knew, no matter how far she went, the shadows would always follow. You're deep into the story now, and the horrors are only escalating. If you're still with us, don't forget to like and subscribe. Tell us where you're listening from in the comments. Who else is staying up late to face this nightmare? Settle in. The terror continues. Story 2. The air inside the house was dense, like it hadn't been properly aired in years. Sarah stood frozen in the doorway, the dim light from the hallway barely penetrating the suffocating gloom. Her parents had insisted she move into the old family home after her mother's death, the house where they had grown up, where memories lingered like forgotten echoes. But something about this house, it felt wrong. She hesitated for a moment, holding her breath as the first wave of silence washed over her. The wind outside howled softly, brushing against the windows like a muted whisper, as if it knew something she didn't. She shook the thought away, trying to ground herself. It was just an old house, nothing more. Yet, the moment she stepped, inside a strange heaviness clung to her chest. The walls, cracked and peeling, seemed to loom over her, watching. She slowly closed the door behind her, the creak of the old wood vibrating through the air. The house groaned, almost in recognition of her presence. A faint whisper reached her ears, but when she turned, there was no one there. Just the hollow emptiness. A flicker of movement caught her eye. A shadow darting at the edge of the hallway, swift and fleeting. She blinked, and it was gone. Her heart raced. It's just your mind playing tricks, she told herself. She didn't want to believe in the stories, the ghostly tales whispered by neighbors about the house being haunted. But the chill creeping along her spine and the unsettling feeling of being watched told a different story. She took a deep breath and walked deeper into the house. The familiar scent of dust and old wood mingled with the faint, almost imperceptible scent of something metallic. It reminded her of copper, but she couldn't place it. The smell was strange, almost out of place. In the kitchen, the old clock on the wall ticked erratically, like it was struggling to keep time. Its hands were stuck, frozen at 3 o'clock, though it continued to echo its hollow beat. She wondered, briefly, if it was a broken mechanism. But the sound, how it reverberated through the house, seemed to grow louder, almost oppressive. Suddenly, the overhead light flickered, casting erratic shadows along the walls. The whispers began again, louder now, circling the edges of her mind. Sarah felt a prickle of dread skitter up her spine, but before she could process the sensation, the sound of the front door creaking open broke through the tension. Her pulse quickened. She spun around, expecting to find someone standing there, but there was nothing. Only the oppressive silence that now felt too heavy, too still. Something was wrong. Her eyes caught a glint at the far end of the hallway, a mirror reflecting only shadows. Yet the reflection seemed off. For a split second, she thought she saw a face in the glass, a pale, contorted figure staring directly at her. She blinked again, and it was gone. A cold breath hit the back of her neck. Sarah spun around, heart pounding in her chest, but there was no one there, only the creaking house settling into its silence. Sarah could feel the weight of the house pressing in on her, each creak and groan reverberating through the floorboards and up her spine. She wasn't sure how much time had passed since she first entered, but the air felt thicker now, more oppressive. Every breath she took was heavier, as though the very air was laced with something old, something bitter. It was more than dust and neglect. It was something worse. She forced herself to move forward, telling herself that she was overthinking it, that grief had made her too sensitive to the house's quirks. It was easy to forget how old the place was when she'd spent so many summers there as a child. Back then, it had felt like an adventure. The house, standing tall on the hill like some ancient fortress, full of hidden passages, forgotten corners, and secret rooms. But now it felt like a trap, and she was caught in its web. The hallway stretched out before her like a darkened tunnel, lined with portraits of long-forgotten relatives. Their faces were painted in meticulous detail, their eyes unnervingly lifelike, following her every step as she walked past. The walls seemed to close in with each footfall, the shadows deepening around her, curling like living things that might reach out and touch her if she didn't keep moving. She walked past the staircase, its old wooden steps creaking under an invisible weight, and approached the living room. She paused for a moment at the doorway, the floor beneath her suddenly feeling unstable, as though it might give way. The air in there felt colder than the rest of the house, and the flickering light from the nearby fireplace cast long, strange shadows against the walls. The room was empty, save for a few pieces of furniture draped in dusty sheets. Her grandmother had once sat in that room, sipping her tea from an old china cup, telling Sarah stories about the house's past, stories about the land, about the people who had lived here before. She used to say the house had a memory, that it remembered every person who had ever passed through its doors. At the time, Sarah had laughed, dismissing it as an old woman's fanciful imagination, but now she wasn't so sure. Something was watching her. She turned quickly, the hairs on the back of her neck standing up. But again, there was nothing, just the dim, flickering shadows cast by the fire. Her mind was playing tricks on her, she told herself. There was no one here but her. Sarah stepped into the room and moved to the center of the floor. The old rocking chair in the corner seemed to beckon her, the motion of its arms swaying gently in the draft. She frowned. The chair hadn't moved when she entered, but the soft, rhythmic rocking continued. It was as if it was trying to lull her into a sense of calm, to soothe the unease growing within her. She took another step, but her foot caught something on the floor, something hard, something small. She knelt down to find a small wooden box, its surface worn with age, almost blending in with the dark floorboards. It wasn't the type of object she would have expected to find here, tucked away beneath a forgotten piece of furniture. It was too deliberate, too out of place. Curiosity drove her to open it. The lid creaked as she lifted it, revealing a small collection of objects. Dull, rusted keys, a tarnished pocket watch, a faded photograph of a man she didn't recognize, and something else. A thin, brittle envelope, sealed shut with dark wax. Fingers trembled as she reached for the envelope, the weight of the air around her suddenly becoming unbearable. She wasn't sure why, but she knew she had to open it. It wasn't a question, more like an instinct. She slid her finger under the edge of the wax seal and carefully pulled the letter free. The handwriting was uneven, old, almost frantic in its looping strokes. Sarah's eyes scanned the words, but the further she read, the more her stomach tightened, as if something inside her was trying to stop her from understanding the message. The letter was dated nearly 50 years ago. It spoke of a family curse, of an ancient wrong that had been committed in the house, a wrong that could never be undone. The house remembers, it said. It remembers every soul that walks through its doors, and it will never let you leave. Not truly. We are bound. Here, all of us, the price of the past is paid in shadows, and they will come for you. They will come for all of us. She froze, a chill running down her spine as she stared at the last words, written with a sense of finality. There is no escape. The room seemed to close in on her, the air thick and suffocating. The shadows in the corners of the room moved, stretching like fingers as if reaching toward her. The rocking chair's motion had intensified, its creaking growing louder, more insistent. A soft whisper, barely audible, slid through the cracks in the walls. Sarah stood, heart pounding, the letter trembling in her hands. She needed to get out of here, to leave. But something inside her, a voice deep and persistent, kept her rooted to the spot. The house is alive, it seemed to whisper, its breath rising and falling with the wind. It knows you. It remembers you. The fire flickered violently, casting strange shadows across the room, and Sarah heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps, slow, deliberate, coming from upstairs. She hadn't heard anyone enter the house. She was alone, wasn't she? She took a step backward, eyes scanning the empty room. The house felt colder now, darker, as if the very walls were pressing in around her. She needed to leave. She needed to... A crash. A loud, sharp sound echoed from upstairs, followed by the unmistakable sound of someone moving in the hallway above. The footsteps grew louder, closer, as if whatever it was had been waiting for her to hear it. Sarah's breath caught in her throat, and for a moment, she stood frozen, unsure of what to do next. The shadows moved again, and then, with a sudden surge of panic, Sarah turned and fled from the room, her heart hammering in her chest, her footsteps echoing through the empty halls. She reached the stairs, her hands gripping the banister as she began to ascend. But before she could reach the top, the door at the end of the hallway creaked open. There, standing in the doorway, was a figure, pale, gaunt and unnaturally still. Her pulse skipped. Her breath caught in her throat. It was her mother, but something about her was off. The woman in the doorway smiled, a thin, eerie expression that didn't reach her eyes. Her face was too pale, her skin drawn tight over her bones, her hair dark and matted, as though it hadn't been touched in years. But it was her voice that sent a wave of terror over Sarah. Soft, distant, barely a whisper, it echoed through the house. "Sarah, you've come home." The words seemed to hang in the air, their meaning impossible to decipher. Sarah's heart pounded so violently she thought it might burst. The figure in the doorway, her mother, stood motionless, her face an unsettling mask of familiarity and something darker, something that twisted at Sarah's soul. Her breath came in shallow, panicked gasps as she backed away from the door, every instinct in her screaming to run, but she couldn't move. She couldn't tear her eyes away from the woman who should be, her mother. "Mom?" The word came out in a strangled whisper, but it felt foreign on her tongue, as if she were calling out to someone she didn't know. The woman in the doorway didn't respond immediately. Instead, she tilted her head, that eerie, too wide smile spreading across her face, and then, her voice echoed through the hall. "Why did you leave me?" The words were soft, too soft, and yet they struck Sarah like a slap. The air around her seemed to thicken, the room closing in, and her skin began to crawl. She opened her mouth to speak, but nothing came out. A part of her, a terrified part of her, wanted to run. Another part, the part that still clung to the memory of her mother's warmth, wanted to reach out and beg for answers. But how could she? This wasn't her mother. This thing couldn't be. The pale figure stepped forward, its footfalls disturbingly silent, as if it floated across the floor rather than walking. Sarah's eyes darted nervously toward the stairs, and instinct screamed for her to turn and flee, to escape, but her body betrayed her. She stood there, rooted to the floor, paralyzed by fear and confusion. "Don't you recognize me?" the voice crooned, the familiar tone warped and wrong. It was as though her mother's voice had been stretched and twisted like taffy, stretched too thin, too stretched out of shape. "I've been waiting for you, Sarah, all this time." The words pierced her thoughts like nails scraping along glass. A shiver racked her body. She opened her mouth to speak, but her throat constricted. She tried to call out to the woman in front of her, but the words were lost in the empty space between them. The figure took another step forward, its hands twitching at its sides, as if uncertain of what to do with them. Her mother's eyes, if they could even be called that, seemed to flicker. One moment they were wide and glassy, the next they narrowed like a predator assessing its prey. "Mom," Sarah finally managed to rasp, her voice trembling. She swallowed, hard, fighting against the crushing weight in her chest. "What happened to you? Where are you? What are you?" The figure tilted its head again, this time with a slow, deliberate motion, as if savoring the question. It spoke then, but its voice was different, its tone colder, detached, almost mocking. "You left me," it whispered, its voice laced with something unholy. "You and your father. You abandoned me. You left me to die just like everyone else." The words struck Sarah like a physical blow, and her breath caught. The silence between them felt suffocating now, each heartbeat growing louder in her ears, pounding like a drum in the oppressive stillness. Her mother had died when Sarah was just a child, a sudden, unexplained illness that had taken her from the world. She could still remember the last time she'd seen her, weak, pale, lying in that sterile hospital bed, surrounded by the scent of antiseptic and death. But this thing in front of her couldn't be her mother. It couldn't. As if sensing Sarah's rising terror, the figure took another step toward her, and the door behind her creaked open, casting long shadows across the hallway. The temperature dropped with a violent rush, a cold so intense it stole the breath from her lungs. The warmth she had once known in the house, the warmth of home, was gone. replaced by a suffocating chill that clung to her bones. "I never wanted to be alone," the thing whispered. "I never wanted to die alone. I didn't ask for this. It's..." Voice grew louder, more insistent, now an agonized, sorrowful wail. The words twisted and writhed in Sarah's mind, distorting into something incomprehensible. "Don't leave me!" Suddenly there was movement. The thing, her mother, whatever it was, moved faster now, its hands reaching for her. They weren't hands anymore. No, they were claws. Long, jagged fingers that seemed to stretch unnaturally long, each one tipped with a sharp, silvery gleam. Sarah stepped back, but the hallway stretched endlessly before her. She couldn't go anywhere. The walls felt like they were closing in. The shadows twisted, reaching out for her, grasping her arms, pulling her into their depths. But just as the clawed hands were almost upon her, there was a noise, a crash, a loud bang from above. The thing halted, its hands twitching in the air, its head snapping toward the ceiling. For a moment, the silence that followed was unbearable. Then it let out a low, almost guttural hiss, like something angry and wrong. Sarah used the moment of distraction to turn, sprinting toward the stairs, her heart hammering in her chest, her legs weak with fear. She was about to race up them when she heard a voice, low and filled with panic. A voice she recognized, her father's. "Sarah, you have to leave." The shout echoed down the stairwell, filled with desperation, her breath caught in her throat. He was here. But that voice, it sounded wrong too. It didn't sound like him. It was distant, detached, as if it were coming from someone else entirely. "Sarah!" The voice called again, its tone desperate, but there was something almost pleading, like the voice of a person who knew something terrible was about to happen. Sarah's feet moved on their own, propelling her up the stairs despite the terror swirling around her. She had to find him. She had to find her father. As she reached the top of the stairs, the temperature in the house dropped further. The air grew thick with a sense of wrongness. The hairs on the back of her neck stood on end, and the whispers returned, low, haunting murmurs that sounded like they were coming from all directions. "Sarah." The voice was softer now, distant. Her father's voice, but it was accompanied by something else, something that made her skin crawl. There was a sound behind it, a low, guttural growl that made her stomach lurch. She pushed open the door to the room where the voice had come from. There was no one there. The room was empty at first glance. But as she stepped inside, she felt a rush of cold air behind her. Her pulse quickened and she turned, but no one was there. Yet there was a presence, a pressure in the air that she couldn't explain. Then she saw it, the mirror. It hung on the wall opposite the window, slightly askew. And as she stared into its reflection, she saw herself standing in the room. But behind her, standing just inches away from her, was the shadow of her mother. The pale, gaunt figure of her mother, its face twisted with rage. Before she could scream, the door slammed shut behind her. The door slammed with an unnatural force, the sound echoing through the room like a clap of thunder. Sarah jumped, her heart pounding in her chest, and spun around, desperate to escape the suffocating atmosphere that had settled in the room like a living thing. But as she turned, her eyes were drawn back to the mirror, where she had just seen the impossible reflection of her mother. The mirror seemed to pulse with a strange energy, the surface rippling like disturbed water, as if something beneath it was stirring. She swallowed hard, her throat dry, and backed away slowly, her hands still pressed against the cold, hard surface of the door. The room seemed to stretch around her, expanding and contracting with each breath she took. Every noise, every whisper, seemed to come from somewhere deep within the walls, the ceiling, the very foundations of the house. It was as though the house itself was alive, watching her, waiting. A soft click echoed from the far corner of the room. The air shifted, and Sarah's pulse quickened. Her eyes darted to the source of the sound, where the old wardrobe stood against the wall, its once polished wood now dull and cracked with age. The doors, which had been closed when she entered, were now slightly ajar. The voice she had heard earlier, her father's, no, not his voice, came again, distant but sharp, like the crackle of static on a radio. She stepped toward the wardrobe, every instinct screaming at her to turn and run, but she couldn't. Her feet moved of their own accord, dragging her forward. The voice, her father's voice, pulled her in, beckoning her closer. She reached the wardrobe and hesitated, fingers trembling on the edge of the door. The shadows within seemed to pulse with life, shifting, as if something were moving in the dark, something that had been waiting for her to open the door. Open it. The voice, if it could even be called that, spoke directly into her mind. The command was so clear, so insistent, that she couldn't help but obey. She pulled the door open with a slow, creaking motion, the hinges groaning in protest. The room around her seemed to contract with the sound, and the temperature dropped, further until her breath misted in the air before her. Inside the wardrobe was not the expected emptiness. No, there was something else there, something much darker. The walls of the wardrobe had been lined with old photographs, their edges frayed, their surfaces stained with time. Faces stared out at her from the dark, eyes cold and unblinking, but it was the last photograph, the one at the very back, that caught her eye. It was a picture of the house, taken from the outside. The windows were dark, as though there was no light within, but it was the sky in the background that unsettled her. The sky was thick with clouds, a deep, unnatural black, and in the distance she could see someone, standing in the doorway, a tall, slender figure with long, flowing hair, their face obscured by shadow. But what truly horrified her were the eyes, pale, hollow, empty. They seemed to be looking directly at her, staring straight into her soul. Sarah recoiled, stepping back from the photograph, but her foot caught something on the floor. She stumbled, falling backward, her hand outstretched to catch herself. Her fingers brushed against something cold and hard. She froze. Her eyes flicked down, and her breath hitched as she saw what her hand had touched. A small, polished stone. It was smooth, almost too smooth, like something carved by hands long dead. The stone was dark, an obsidian black, and as she stared at it, she felt a chill creep into her bones, deeper than the cold of the house itself. "Pick it up," the voice whispered again, not in her mind this time, but right behind her, so close she could feel the breath on her neck. She whipped around, but there was no one there, only the oppressive silence of the room. The stone, however, remained at her feet, just within reach. Against every instinct, Sarah bent down and picked it up. The moment her fingers wrapped around the stone, a rush of cold shot through her, like she had plunged her hand into ice water. The temperature in the room plummeted, and she could feel the air grow thick, suffocating. She gasped, pulling her hand back, but the stone was stuck to her palm as though it had fused with her skin. The room began to spin around her, her vision blurring, the walls closing in. The whispers rose, louder now, a cacophony of voices all speaking at once, their words incomprehensible. She stumbled backward, her head spinning, and collided with the wardrobe. The impact jolted her back to reality, but the voices in her head didn't stop. If anything, they grew louder, more desperate. She could hear her mother's voice again, but this time it was twisted and broken, like the sound of someone drowning. "You left me. You left me. You left me." She squeezed her eyes shut, trying to block out the words, but it was no use. The air around her felt like it was pressing in from all sides, pushing her deeper into the grip of something ancient, something far older than the house itself. She tried to tear the stone from her hand, but it wouldn't budge. It was as if the stone was alive, its grip tightening around her, feeding off her fear, her desperation. In the distance, she heard something else, A soft, rhythmic sound like footsteps moving in the hallway, slow, deliberate, methodical. The door at the far end of the room, the only exit, stood ajar, a sliver of light cutting through the dark. The footsteps grew louder, closer, and Sarah's breath quickened. She could feel the pressure of the stone in her hand, pulsing now, as if it were alive. Suddenly, a sharp, sickening crack echoed through the room. The door slammed open, and standing in the doorway was it. The creature was tall, impossibly tall, its body stretched and warped like a distorted reflection. Its face was the worst of all. The skin was pale, stretched tight over its skull, its eyes deep, black pools of nothingness. Its mouth hung open, its lips curled into a grotesque smile, revealing rows of jagged teeth. The thing didn't move, but it didn't need to. Its presence filled the room like a shadow, casting its darkness over everything. It was watching her. It was waiting for her. The air grew heavier, the oppressive weight in the room making it harder to breathe. The whispers, now a cacophony, clawed at her ears, at her mind. They spoke of things that didn't belong in the world. They spoke of hunger, of death, of a past that would never let go. The creature took a step forward. Its movements were slow, deliberate, like a predator stalking its prey. Every step seemed to make the shadows around it grow deeper, darker. The floorboards creaked beneath its weight, but there was no sound of footsteps, no echo of its passage, only the terrible weight of its presence. Sarah tried to move, but her feet felt glued to the floor. She couldn't breathe, couldn't think, couldn't run. The stone in her hand seemed to pulse with an unnatural energy, its dark surface absorbing the light around it. It was as if it was feeding on her fear, growing stronger with each passing second. "Don't look away," the voice whispered again. This time, it wasn't a command, but a warning. Sarah's eyes remained fixed on the creature in the doorway, and she could feel the weight of its gaze. It was looking into her soul, seeing the deepest parts of her guilt, her grief, her fear. It was feeding off of everything she was. And then, just as she thought she might break under the pressure of its stare, the door slammed shut behind her, and the creature vanished into the dark. The room was deathly silent. The creature, whatever it was gone, and yet its presence lingered like a stain on the air, thick and suffocating. Sarah stood frozen in place, every muscle locked in terror, her heart pounding in her chest like a drum. Her hand still clutched the cold stone, the weight of it growing heavier with each passing moment, as though it were trying to pull her into the darkness that had just consumed the room. For several long seconds, she simply stood there, her breath shallow, her gaze fixed on the now closed door. It was absurd, but she couldn't shake the feeling that something else was in the room with her. Something watching, waiting. A low, guttural hum filled the silence, a sound that seemed to rise from the very floor beneath her. It was deep, vibrating in her bones, and it sent a cold shiver through her spine. Slowly, cautiously, Sarah turned her head. She had to know what was happening, what had just happened. The walls, once a safe structure, now felt alien, suffocating, like they were closing in on her. It was impossible to make sense of it all. The house had been her home once, a place of comfort, of warmth, but now it felt like something out of a nightmare. She took a step forward, her legs trembling, and the floor creaked under her weight. The stone in her hand grew colder still, and the whispering voices began again, swirling in her mind like a distant storm. She couldn't understand what they were saying, words, fragments, like the cries of 1,000 souls trapped in torment. But it didn't matter. They weren't meant to be understood. The sound of a door creaking open broke her out of her daze. It was a door at the end of the hallway, one she hadn't seen before. and it was ajar, just enough for a sliver of light to spill into the dark room. That same cold, suffocating chill emanated from the crack, and Sarah knew without thinking that she had to go toward it. Her mind screamed at her to leave, to run, but her body moved on its own, the stone in her hand pulsing with an eerie rhythm, as if calling her toward the door. The hallway beyond the door was thick with darkness, deeper than anything she had encountered in the house so far. The shadows seemed to stretch and shift as though they had a life of their own, reaching out toward her like invisible hands. Her breath hitched as she stepped forward, every instinct telling her to turn back. But she didn't. She couldn't. The door creaked closed behind her, plunging her into an eerie silence, broken only by the faint sound of her own breathing. The hallway seemed endless, winding like a maze, and every step she took made the oppressive silence grow heavier. The walls seemed to press in closer, and the air grew thick, suffocating her. The stone in her hand felt heavier now, its cold surface pulsing with an almost rhythmic thrum that matched her heartbeat. She could feel it pulling her, urging her forward. But what terrified her the most was that the deeper she walked, the more familiar everything seemed. The dark wood paneling, the worn carpet beneath her feet, the low-hanging light fixtures, flickering in and out of existence. This was the house, yes, but it wasn't, not anymore. This was something different, something older, a version of the house that had existed before her birth, before the years of dust and decay had taken their toll. As she rounded a corner, she caught sight of a door at the end of the hallway, an old wooden door with a brass handle. It was the same door from the photograph, the one she had seen earlier, the one that had appeared in the image of the house taken so many years ago. The same door her mother had once passed through. Her heart skipped a beat as she approached it, the stone in her hand now cold to the point of pain. It was as though it were alive, responding to something in the house, something waiting for her. Her hand trembled as she reached for the handle. The door opened with a soft groan, revealing a room she hadn't expected to see. It wasn't a bedroom. It wasn't a living room. It was a study, a library, old and filled with dusty bookshelves that stretched up to the high ceiling. The air was thick with the scent of old leather and yellowed paper. It was as though time had stood still here, like no one had stepped foot in the room for decades. She stepped inside, her footsteps muffled by the thick carpet that covered the floor. The stone in her hand seemed to pulse with increasing intensity, almost as if it were reacting to the presence of the room, to the heavy silence that weighed down on everything around her. The bookshelves were filled with ancient tomes, their spines cracked and faded. There were no windows in the room, only a dim light emanating from the far corner, where a desk sat beneath a dusty lamp. The desk was cluttered with papers, some old and some new, as though someone had been working here recently. Sarah approached the desk cautiously, her fingers grazing over the papers. Some were written in a language she didn't recognize, the letters flowing in strange patterns that seemed to swirl and shift as her eyes scanned them. Others were familiar, letters from her father, from her mother, but they were dated long after their deaths. She could feel the bile rise in her throat as she flipped through the pages. The handwriting was hers. Her hand trembled as she reached for a particular sheet of paper, one that had fallen to the floor near the desk. It was torn at the edges, yellowed with age, but the words were clear. "The house calls to you." The words were scrawled hastily, the ink smeared in places. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she read the rest of the note. "It remembers you. It remembers what you did. You cannot escape." She gasped, the paper trembling in her hands. The walls seemed to close in even tighter, the air growing more suffocating, more oppressive. A noise, a faint creaking sound, came from the far end of the room. It was soft at first, but it grew louder, and Sarah's heart began to race once more. Something was moving, something behind her. She turned slowly, the stone still in her hand, its surface now slick with cold sweat. The shadows in the corners of the room shifted, and for a moment she thought she saw something, someone, moving just out of the corner of her eye. A figure, tall, pale, gaunt. Her breath caught in her throat. The thing from earlier, the one that had stood in the doorway, the one with the hollow eyes, it was here. It was in the room with her. Its presence was suffocating, overwhelming, and the room felt as though it was shrinking around her. She couldn't breathe. She couldn't think. The figure moved forward, its footsteps deliberate, slow, like it had all the time in the world. It came closer, its face still obscured in shadow, but the closer it came, the more it felt like her mother. No, not her mother. Not anymore. The house remembers. The stone in her hand pulsed again, this time with a violent surge of energy. The walls around her began to twist and bend, the bookshelves warping and melting into the floor. The figure drew closer, its face now visible, a twisted, grotesque reflection of her mother's face, pale and contorted with a terrible smile. Sarah couldn't move. She couldn't breathe. The figure spoke in a voice that wasn't hers. Wasn't anyone's, but it was a voice she knew well. You left me, and then the world went black. The darkness was suffocating. Sarah's body felt heavy, weighted down by something unseen, something ancient, something that had been lurking in the deep corners of the house all along. Her mind was suspended in a void, lost in a haze of nothingness. There was no light, no sound, just the weight of silence pressing against her from every direction. She didn't know how long she had been in that darkness. Hours, days. Time had no meaning here. Her limbs felt numb, as if they didn't belong to her. She could barely feel the stone anymore, though she was still clutching it, her fingers locked around it as if it had fused with her skin. She tried to let go, tried to free herself from its icy grip, but it was as though it had become part of her, a part she couldn't escape no matter how hard she tried. Suddenly, a sound broke through the void, a distant whispering voice, low and guttural, like the murmur of wind through the trees. But it wasn't wind. It was something else. The voice, it was calling to her. Sarah. The name echoed through her mind, reverberating in the silence like a bell tolling in a distant cathedral. It wasn't a voice she recognized, but somehow she knew it was meant for her. The darkness around her seemed to stir with the sound, as though it were alive, twisting and shifting in response. The temperature plummeted, and Sarah shuddered, her breath coming in ragged gasps. She tried to speak, to ask where she was, but no words came out. The air around her was thick with something, a presence she couldn't identify but could feel pressing against her like a cold hand on her chest. The voice came again, this time louder, more urgent. Sarah, come to me. And then, without warning, the darkness fractured. A sudden burst of light cut through the emptiness, blinding her momentarily. Her body tensed, every muscle screaming in protest, but she didn't resist. The light was a lifeline pulling her out of the suffocating void. It enveloped her, wrapping around her like a cloak, and for a moment she was weightless, suspended in a space between worlds. The ground beneath her feet solidified, and with it, a sense of reality began to return. She blinked, trying to clear her vision, her mind struggling to comprehend what was happening. The light faded, leaving her in a dim, ghostly glow. She looked around, her eyes adjusting to the gloom, and found herself standing in the middle of a vast, empty room. The walls were covered in peeling wallpaper, the once ornate designs faded and crumbling. The air was thick with dust, and the floor creaked beneath her feet, each step a reminder that she was standing in a place long forgotten, long abandoned. The room stretched out before her, filled with shadows that seemed to dance just out of the reach of the faint light. The house. It was the house, but not the house. The walls seemed to breathe, expanding and contracting, with a slow rhythmic pulse that felt like a heartbeat. The shadows in the corners writhed, taking on shapes that seemed to stretch and shift like liquid. Sarah's pulse quickened. Something was wrong, terribly wrong. And then she heard it. The sound of footsteps, soft at first, but growing louder with each passing second. The echo of slow, deliberate steps moving across the floor, closing in on her from behind. She whipped around, her eyes scanning the room for any sign of movement, but there was nothing. Just the endless, shifting shadows, the air growing colder with each passing moment. Come closer. The voice was closer now. It seemed to be coming from everywhere, swirling around her like a storm. It was no longer a whisper, but a low, guttural rumble, as if it were emanating from the walls themselves. The sound reverberated in her chest, making her feel as though the very foundation of the house was shaking beneath her feet. The shadows in the corners of the room began to stretch toward her, curling like fingers, and the temperature dropped further until she could see her breath fog in the air. Her heart raced in her chest, pounding in time with the oppressive beat of the house. It was as if the house itself was alive, and it had been waiting for her to return. She took a step back, her eyes darting around the room, but the shadows kept moving, pressing in on her from all sides. She could feel them, like hands, brushing against her skin, like 1,000 invisible eyes watching her every move. She spun around, searching for an exit, but the door she had entered through was gone, replaced by a solid wall of blackness. "You cannot escape." The voice rang in her mind, low and chilling, and for a moment she thought she might collapse under the weight of it. Her knees buckled, but she forced herself to stand, gritting her teeth against the rising tide of panic. She couldn't give in. Not now. Not when she was so close to the truth. The stone in her hand pulsed again, sharper this time, like a warning. She looked down at it, her fingers shaking as she gripped it tighter. It was as if it were alive in a way that she couldn't understand. It was the source of everything that had happened, the key to unlocking the house's dark secrets. The E. Shadows closed in around her, wrapping her in their embrace, and the voice spoke once more, its tone cold, final. "The house remembers everything. It remembers you." Suddenly, everything shifted. The walls trembled. The floor beneath her feet cracked open with a loud snap, and the room began to collapse inward, the shadows swallowing everything in their path. Sarah screamed, her voice lost, in the rising cacophony, and she stumbled backward, trying to escape the encroaching darkness. But the shadows were everywhere, suffocating her, pulling her down, and the house itself, began to scream. A violent, ear-piercing wail tore through the air, a sound of pure agony, as if the very fabric of reality were being ripped apart. The walls warped and bent, the house itself groaning under the strain, and the floor buckled beneath Sarah's feet, sending her tumbling into the darkness below. As she fell, the stone in her hand flared to life, its surface glowing with a dark, pulsating light. The shadows reached for her, clawing at her, but she was too far gone. She had already fallen past the point of no return. And then she heard it. The final, terrible truth. The house never lets go. It never forgets. The darkness consumed her, and all that remained was the sound of the house's slow, rhythmic heartbeat, echoing through the endless night. The fall seemed endless, as if the very foundations of the house had split open to swallow her whole. Sarah tumbled through the darkness, disoriented, her body weightless, as though the laws of gravity no longer applied. She couldn't see anything, hear anything, just the relentless pull of the stone in her hand, its cold surface now burning with a fierce, unnatural heat. But even as she plummeted into the abyss, there was something else, a whisper, faint at first, but growing louder. It came from deep within her mind, from a place she hadn't known existed, a place filled with echoes of the past. It was her mother's voice. "Sarah, my sweet girl, you must remember." The voice was soft, like a lullaby, but it carried a weight that she couldn't escape. The sensation of falling continued, but now it felt different, like she was no longer falling through space, but through time, through memories. The house was trying to pull her into its very core, to devour her soul, and yet the whispering voice pulled her in the opposite direction, urging her to hold on to something, anything, to remember. Suddenly the darkness fractured, and Sarah was plunged into a harsh, blinding light. It stung her eyes, and she raised her arm instinctively to shield her face, but the light grew brighter, hotter, until it seemed to envelop her entirely, and then silence. When Sarah opened her eyes, the world around her had shifted. The light had faded, replaced by an eerie twilight glow. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and mildew, the faintest trace of decay. She was standing in what looked like a long forgotten part of the house, an underground cellar, but different from the ones she remembered. The walls were damp with age, the stone bricks slick with moisture. Shelves lined the walls, their surfaces piled high with strange, dusty objects. Old books, rusted tools, and jars filled with things she dared not look at too closely. There was a low, rhythmic thumping in the air, like the beating of a distant heart. It came from somewhere deep within the earth, but Sarah couldn't tell where exactly. The house remembers. The voice returned, the words now a constant hum in the back of her mind. It was like a mantra, repeating over and over, drilling into her thoughts, reminding her of the house's hunger. Sarah couldn't escape the feeling that the very walls around her were alive, that the house itself was watching her every move. The cellar was alive, breathing, pulsing. And then she saw it. At the far end of the room, behind a dust-covered curtain, stood a door, a wooden door, aged and cracked with the passage of time. It looked ordinary enough, but there was something about it that drew her in, a magnetic force that she couldn't resist. The stone in her hand pulsed again, this time with a violent electric thrum that sent a jolt through her entire body. She could feel it. The house was calling her to the door. Without thinking, Sarah moved forward, her feet heavy on the ground, as though the cellar itself were resisting her progress. The thumping grew louder as she approached the door, and her breath quickened. "Open it," the voice whispered. "Open the door, and you will understand." The door seemed to call to her with an intensity that shook her to the core. She reached out, her hand trembling as it hovered over the handle. But before she could grasp it, the air around her grew cold. A sharp gust of wind swept through the cellar, sending the curtains fluttering. And for the briefest moment, Sarah thought she saw a shadow, an outline, standing just beyond the door. But the shadow was wrong. It was twisted, malformed, as if it were only half there, like a reflection in a broken mirror. Her heart pounded in her chest, and she fought the instinct to turn and flee. But the pull of the door was too strong. She gripped the handle and twisted it, the old wood groaning in protest, but it gave way, opening slowly, reluctantly. Beyond the door, there was only darkness, a void that stretched far beyond the cellar, a place where light seemed to vanish into nothingness. Sarah stepped through the threshold, her feet sinking into the cold, wet ground, as if the earth itself were swallowing her. She felt a sharp sting in her lungs as she inhaled the stagnant air, the scent of rot and decay. The darkness was almost oppressive, as though it could crush her with its weight. But she had to move forward. She had to understand. The Stone in her hand thrummed again, now vibrating with such intensity that she felt it in her very bones. And then, just as she thought she might collapse from the pressure, the darkness parted like a curtain, revealing a scene so surreal that it stopped her in her tracks. She was back in the house, but it wasn't the house she had known. The walls were cracked, as though the building itself had been torn apart and reassembled in haste. The floor was uneven, covered in dust and debris. Furniture was overturned, as if a great force had thrown everything aside. And in the center of the room, there, it was, the thing that had haunted her dreams, the thing that had followed her through every room of the house. It was the creature. Its form was blurry, shifting, constantly changing as though it were made of smoke or shadow. It was both everywhere and nowhere at once, its shape constantly warping, stretching, pulling itself apart and putting itself back together in a grotesque dance. Its face, if you could even call it that, was a jumbled mass of eyes, mouths, and twisted features. But the most terrifying part was its gaze. It was looking directly at her. "You've come back," it whispered, the voice coming from every direction, at once, vibrating through her very soul. "You cannot run from me. You cannot run from the house." Sarah froze, every inch of her being screaming for her to turn and run, but she was paralyzed. The creature moved closer, its form shifting as it reached toward her, the darkness around it twisting and warping with its every movement. "The house has always known you," it continued, its voice growing louder, more insistent. "The house remembers every step you've ever taken, every choice you've ever made. And now, it wants you back." Sarah's grip on the stone tightened until her fingers went numb, but it did nothing to quell the surge of terror that ripped through her. She wanted to scream, to flee, but something held her in place. The house, the stone, the memories, they all locked her in this place, in this moment. "The price is paid in shadows," the creature whispered, "and you are the last payment." Before Sarah could process what it meant, the creature lunged, its form contorting and stretching until it was nothing more than a blur of darkness. It enveloped her and everything went cold. Her vision blackened, the stone burning in her hand, and then nothing. The cold suffocated her, as though she were submerged in an ocean of ice, her body caught in the grasp of something far more powerful than her. She couldn't feel the stone in her hand anymore, but its presence lingered like an anchor, tying her to something unknown. The darkness swallowed her whole, pushing her further into the void, deeper than she had ever been before. Her lungs burned with the need to breathe, but no air filled her chest. No matter how hard she tried to inhale, her body seemed to be rejecting it, drowning in the deep, pressing silence. But there was something else, something more terrifying than the suffocating darkness itself. It was the feeling of falling, of being pulled deeper and deeper into the blackness, as though her very soul were being dragged into an eternal pit. She tried to move, tried to scream, but nothing came. Her body was paralyzed, suspended in this place that wasn't quite the house, but wasn't quite not the house either. It was as though reality itself had been twisted, distorted by the force that had consumed her. And then, just as she thought she might lose herself entirely, a faint glow pierced the void. It was soft at first, a mere sliver of light, but it grew, pulling her forward with an unseen force. It was like a lifeline, fragile but persistent, as if it were calling her back to something familiar. Her mind screamed at her to stay, to resist whatever force was pulling her, but her body moved of its own accord. She was drawn to the light, compelled to follow it, even though every instinct screamed against it. The glow became more intense, brighter, until it seemed to fill the void entirely. It was warm, the first warmth she had felt since she fell. and with it came a strange sense of calm. The thumping heartbeat of the house had ceased, replaced by a soft hum, like a lullaby, gentle but insistent, calling her home. Home. The word echoed through her mind, and for a moment she thought she might be able to remember something important, something she had lost. Her memory was hazy, like a fog had descended over it. But as she reached toward the light, fragments began to surface. Faint whispers, familiar faces, the feeling of someone holding her hand, guiding her through the house, telling her stories of things she didn't quite understand. Her mother. Remember? The voice was her mother's again, soft and maternal, but it was distant, as though it were coming from a far-off place. The light pulled her forward, and she could feel her body responding, her muscles aching with the effort to move. Each step brought her closer to the source of the glow, each step filled with the unspoken promise of an answer, of understanding. The light shimmered before her, shifting like water, and then it broke. The last barrier between her and the unknown shattered, and she was plunged into a world that was both familiar and alien at the same time. She was in the house, but it wasn't the house she remembered. It was wrong. The walls were different, darker. The rooms were colder, more cavernous. The air hung heavy with dust and the scent of something ancient, forgotten. There was no warmth here, no laughter, no sound, but the hollow echoes of her footsteps. The house was silent in a way that felt unnatural, like a place long abandoned, left to rot in its own memories. Sarah's heart clenched, her pulse quickening as she began to walk. She recognized the hallway, the familiar arches, the faint smell of old wood. But something was off. The walls seemed to move around her, shifting imperceptibly, bending in on themselves like the house was trying to keep her inside. She could hear the soft scraping of nails against the floor, the sound of something, or someone, dragging itself through the house, the sound of waiting. Her gaze darted down the hallway, but there was no one there, only the heavy shadows creeping and stretching, clinging to the corners of the walls. And yet, she could feel them, could sense their presence lurking just out of sight, watching, waiting. Sarah. The voice called her name, soft and haunting, echoing in the empty hallway. It was her mother's voice again, but this time it was broken, strained. It was as if the house itself had taken her mother's voice, twisted it, and turned it against her. She turned sharply, looking toward the source of the sound, but again there was nothing. Just the oppressive darkness that seemed to pulse with life, like the very walls of the house were alive, aware of her every movement. "Come to me, Sarah," the voice whispered, and this time it was not her mother. The voice was different, lower, more distorted, like the sound of something decaying, something dying. "Come and understand." The words chilled her to the bone. She couldn't tell if the voice was hers, or if it was coming from something else, something ancient, something that had always been here, buried beneath the weight of the house's memories. The shadows closed in around her, the walls pressing tighter, suffocating her with their weight. She had no choice. She had to follow the voice. She had to understand. With each step, the house seemed to shift, twisting and warping, reshaping itself to trap her. The hallway stretched longer and longer, and no matter how far she walked, it never seemed to end. The stone in her hand pulsed with a sickening rhythm, matching the beat of her heart. Her fingers were numb from gripping it, but she couldn't let go. The stone was a part of her now as much as the house was. They were tied together, bound by something older than time itself. Ahead, the shadows began to form, twisting together to create a shape, a figure. At first, it was just a silhouette, indistinct, but it grew clearer with each step she took. The figure was tall, its body stretched and hunched, limbs twisted like branches reaching toward her. Its face was obscured, but she could feel its eyes on her. Hollow eyes, dark and empty, that seemed to pierce her very soul. The voice spoke. "Again, you can never leave, Sarah." The figure stepped forward, its movement slow and deliberate, and as it did, the house seemed to groan in protest, the walls cracking and shifting. The ground beneath Sarah's feet trembled and she staggered, her hand reaching out to steady herself against the wall. But it was no use. The house was pulling her into its depths, into its heart. And then the figure reached out, its hand, or what passed for a hand, closing around her wrist with a grip so cold, so powerful, that Sarah gasped. The darkness swallowed her vision, and everything went black. "You belong to us, Sarah," the voice whispered, its final words a lullaby that she couldn't escape. And then, nothing. When Sarah's eyes opened again, she was no longer in the house she had once known, the house of her childhood memories, the house where she had been loved and protected. It was a house of memory now, twisted and warped by something that had far outlasted the warmth of her family, the softness of laughter, the familiarity of simple life. This place was suffocating. The walls were dripping with a black, oily substance that seemed to pulse with its own malevolent energy, as if the house itself were breathing, hungry for more. She gasped as the air rushed back into her lungs, but it was thick with decay, heavy and wet, like drowning in a pit of rot. Her chest tightened painfully, and she struggled to inhale, but the air tasted of mold and something far worse, something ancient. The stone in her hand had grown cold again, but the cold was not like the chill of a winter night. It was the cold of death, of something frozen beneath the earth for centuries. Sarah's fingers tingled, numb from the stone's grasp, yet she couldn't bring herself to release it. It was part of her now, a part of something much older than herself, older than her mother, older than the house itself. She blinked rapidly, her eyes adjusting to the dim, flickering light that seemed to pulse from the walls. The shadows around her danced erratically, as though the house itself were alive, writhing, shifting in ways that defied logic, as if reality itself were fraying at the edges. Every step she took made the shadows deepen, closing in tighter, pulling her in like an invisible force, urging her forward. She tried to move, but her legs were heavy, as though the very ground beneath her was made of lead. She dragged herself forward, her breath shallow, her heartbeat thundering in her ears. A sound echoed through the hallway, a low, guttural hum, like the distant growl of some beast, something ancient that had been waiting for centuries to awaken. "Sarah," the voice came again, soft at first, but growing louder, deeper, more insistent. Her mother's voice. No, it wasn't her mother, not anymore. The voice called her name again, but this time it was different. It was distorted, jagged, like something being torn apart. It was the house, the heart of the house, trying to take her, trying to pull her into itself, to feed on her soul. The stone pulsed in her hand, the vibrations running up her arm, into her chest, and she gasped as an overwhelming pressure built behind her eyes. It was as if the house were inside her mind, burrowing deep into her thoughts, into the very marrow of her bones. It had been waiting for her. The house had been waiting for her. Her mother's face flashed in her mind, but it wasn't the face she remembered. It was hollow, sunken, her eyes black holes that stared into the very depths of her soul. A grotesque parody of the woman who had once held her and kissed her goodnight. "Come to me, Sarah." The voice beckoned again, its tone a twisted, cruel mockery of everything she had ever known. It wasn't her mother. It was the thing inside the house, the thing that had fed on her family's pain, their loss, their fear, the thing that had infected everything, turning her memories into something terrible, something unrecognizable. The house had claimed her mother's voice as its own. It had claimed everything. She reached for the walls, her fingers brushing against the wet, sticky surface. The feeling was like touching flesh, warm, pulsing flesh, the very skin of the house itself. It trembled beneath her touch, as if it were alive, as if it could feel her. "You cannot leave," the voice snarled, now close enough to touch her skin, its tone shifting into something low, a rumble that vibrated in her chest. It was close, so close, her breath came out in shallow, desperate gasps as her pulse raced. It was trying to consume her, to force her into its depths. Sarah could feel it, the hunger. It was suffocating, pressing in on her from every side. The house was trying to drag her into itself, to swallow her whole and take away the last remnants of her humanity. Her throat tightened with panic as she stumbled backward, her heart pounding, but her legs wouldn't obey. She felt as though she was sinking into the ground, the very earth beneath her giving way. But then something changed. The shadows began to retreat, slithering back into the corners of the room, dissipating like smoke, leaving only the faintest echo of their presence. Sarah's breath caught in her throat. Was it over? She turned quickly, scanning the room around her, but it was silent. The hum that had filled the air was gone, replaced by a suffocating quiet that threatened to crush her spirit. The walls seemed to breathe still, the dark cracks running through them like veins, but they had stopped pulsing. She was alone, and yet she wasn't. The stone in her hand pulsed again, and this time the light emanating from it was not the faint flicker of before. It was sharp, bright, painful, a light that cut through the darkness, blinding her. She had to shield her eyes, but the stone's light only grew stronger, forcing her to look directly at it. The house screamed. It wasn't a physical scream, not one that could be heard with the ears. It was a scream that reverberated in her mind, a soul-rending wail that tore through her very being. The walls trembled, and the floor beneath her cracked, opening wide into a deep, inky chasm. The shadows reached up from the abyss, stretching, their long, twisted fingers toward her. But then, amidst the chaos, she saw it. In the center of the room, there was a door. It wasn't like the others, old and cracked and warped, but new. A doorway of light, faint but beckoning. It pulsed with a soft, radiant glow that contrasted sharply with the darkness around her. She didn't know where it would lead, but it was the only chance she had. "Leave," the voice whispered one final time. Now nothing more than a breath in her ear, like the fading remnants of a nightmare. Sarah didn't wait. She ran. Her legs screamed in protest, her breath coming in ragged gasps, but she ran. The shadows were closing in, reaching for her ankles, her legs pulling her back, but she pushed forward. She couldn't stop now. She had to reach the door. The stone in her hand flared again, its power surging through her, pushing her forward. The door was within reach. She stumbled toward it, her body racked with exhaustion, the weight of everything, threatening to crush her. But she reached it, her hand outstretched, trembling as she grasped the handle. The moment her fingers made contact with the cool metal, the world around her seemed to collapse. The darkness was no longer pressing on her. The pull of the house had stopped. She was free. With one final push, she threw open the door. Beyond, it was light, a blinding, pure light that washed over her, filling every corner of her being. Her mind exploded with clarity, with peace, and she stepped into it, finally, gratefully, leaving the horrors of the house behind. And then she was gone. Sarah's vision swam with light, blinding and pure, as though she had been pulled from the depths of an abyss and into the brilliant expanse of a new world. She could feel the warmth of the light surrounding her, filling every crevice of her being. And for a moment, she thought, no, she knew, that she was safe. Her body relaxed, and the crushing weight that had pressed down on her for so long seemed to lift, as if the universe itself were exhaling a breath it had been holding for too long. Her lungs filled with air again, air that didn't taste of dust and decay. It was fresh, clean, alive. She took a deep, steadying breath, savoring it, the air rushing through her chest like a river, sweeping away the last remnants of her fear. Her fingers, still clutching the stone, had gone numb, but it no longer pulsed. With that unnatural cold, it was simply a stone, ordinary, still. She blinked rapidly, trying to clear her head, to make sense of what had just happened. What was this place? What had she stepped into? The world around her was quiet now, a serene calm that she hadn't felt in what felt like an eternity. She could hear the distant rustling of leaves, the soft chirping of birds, and the faint hum of the wind. For a moment she thought she might be in a meadow or a forest, somewhere untouched by the madness of the house, untouched by its malevolent presence. The air was warm, and though she couldn't see the sun, there was a golden haze on the horizon that hinted at its presence. Everything felt right, natural, but as her eyes adjusted to the light, she saw it. In the distance, it was a figure, a shadow, standing just beyond the light, framed by the golden haze. At first, she thought it was a trick of the mind, an illusion, an artifact of her exhaustion and the chaos that had followed her, but the figure didn't fade. It remained motionless, like it was waiting for her. She stepped forward, her legs moving on their own, her feet sinking into soft grass. It felt strange to be walking again, her body no longer weighed down by the oppressive air of the house. It felt like freedom, like a promise that things could be different now. The figure didn't move as she approached, and for a moment Sarah hesitated. But then it shifted slightly, just enough to let her know it was aware of her presence. Her heart stuttered in her chest. She recognized the figure, or at least she should have. It was her mother, but not her mother, not the one she remembered. This version of her mother was different, hazy, blurred around the edges as though she were a memory fading into the past. Her mother's face was soft, peaceful, and her eyes were no longer hollow, no longer blackened with the weight of whatever curse had taken hold of her. "Mom?" Sarah whispered, the word trembling in her throat. The figure remained, silent, but the air around her mother seemed to shimmer with some kind of energy. Sarah took another step forward, and the closer she got, the more the edges of her mother's form seemed to fade, like smoke drifting into the air. "Mom, where am I? What is this place?" Sarah's voice cracked with uncertainty, the weight of her confusion building. She didn't know what was real anymore, what had been the dream and what had been the nightmare. Was the house truly gone? Had she escaped? Or had she simply fallen deeper into some other form of hell? Her mother's mouth opened as if to speak, but no words came. Instead, there was a sense of calm, a quiet understanding, like a presence that transcended speech. And then, the figure took a step forward, slowly, deliberately, until it was right in front of Sarah. She reached out instinctively, but her hand passed straight through her mother, as though she were no more than a wisp of smoke, fading with the wind. "No," Sarah breathed, her hand falling to her side. The warmth she had felt before began to fade as the figure began to dissipate, its edges turning into mist, scattering into the air. "No, please," but it was gone. Her mother, the one she had so desperately hoped to find in this place, had disappeared, leaving only a faint, lingering scent of lavender, the fragrance of old memories trailing in the air. "You never left," a voice whispered, echoing softly from the depths of the fading mist. Sarah whipped around, heart racing, and her eyes darted across the empty meadow, but there was no one else. Just the sound of the wind whispering through the trees like a distant memory, like a dream fading into the night. She staggered back, her mind racing to make sense of the words. The voice wasn't her mother's. It wasn't the creature from the house either. It was something else. Something older, deeper. A voice that seemed to know her entirely. The ground beneath her feet trembled as if in response, and the air grew thick again, the warmth leaving her body. The golden haze that had once filled the horizon began to waver and darken, shifting into a shadow that loomed over her. She gasped, a surge of panic rising in her chest. No, she couldn't go back there. She had escaped. But the ground trembled again, this time violently, and the shadows in the distance shifted. From the darkness, she saw it. The house. But not the house she had escaped, not the decaying, dark thing that had consumed her. This house was pristine, untouched, bathed in golden light, yet still wrong in its very essence. "It's waiting for you," the voice whispered again. "It remembers you, Sarah." The earth shifted, the grass beneath her feet beginning to crack and peel away, revealing a dark, gaping maw beneath. The walls of the house, now standing in full imposing form in the distance, seemed to loom closer, its dark windows staring at her, pulling her in, calling her back. She spun away from it, her heart pounding in her chest. There was no escape. The voice, the darkness, the house, it all pulled at her, tugging at the very fabric of her being. It was inevitable. The pull of the house, the weight of its memory, had never left her. The ground gave way beneath her, and she was falling once more into the depths, back into the place where everything had started. She couldn't breathe, couldn't see. It was as though she were falling into the very heart of the house, back into the place where the shadows had first claimed her, where the walls had first closed in. But even as she fell, something began to change. A faint glow appeared beneath her, faint at first and then brighter until it enveloped her entirely. The house, the place that had taken her mother, taken everything, began to recede, breaking apart, crumbling at the edges, the darkness unraveling in on itself. The stone in her hand had turned to dust, the last piece of the house's curse, disintegrating into the air. She hit the ground soft and untouched, and the darkness disappeared entirely, leaving only the quiet peace of the meadow around her, and in that silence, the house finally let go. The silence was overwhelming. The world around Sarah seemed to stretch into infinity, the vast expanse of the meadow filled with a tranquility she hadn't felt in what seemed like forever. The ground beneath her was soft, yielding, as though it had welcomed her return. Her fingers trembled as they ran through the grass, the cool blades brushing against her skin, a stark contrast to the suffocating tension she had carried for so long. But it wasn't just the peace that had settled. Over the land, it was the absence of the house, the absence of the suffocating grip it had had on her soul, on her every waking thought. The pull of its hunger, its dark, insatiable appetite for memory and fear, had vanished. Gone was the oppressive weight that had threatened to crush her under its terrible might. The darkness that had once lurked in every corner had fled, leaving only an empty space, a space that seemed to be waiting for something, waiting for her. Sarah drew in a slow, deep breath. She could taste the air now, fresh and clean, filled with the scent of pine and earth, sweet and untainted. She had escaped. She had left the house behind, and for the first time in what felt like years, she was free. But am I truly free? The thought crept in unexpectedly, like a shadow in the corner of her mind, and she hesitated. The wind that had been gently rustling, the leaves of the trees had stopped, and in that stillness, her thoughts seemed to echo louder, more forcefully. She glanced around the meadow. It was perfect, too perfect. The golden light on the horizon, the warmth that surrounded her. It all felt too still, too peaceful. There was something about it that unsettled her, something just beyond the reach of her understanding. Her escape had been too clean, too easy. She hadn't fought her way out. She hadn't earned her freedom, had she? A sudden, sharp pain flared in her chest. She gasped, clutching her ribcage, as though something were trying to tear its way out of her. Her heart thudded loudly, too loudly, in her ears. The stone that had once pulsed with an otherworldly power, the stone that she had thought was destroyed, reappeared. In her hand, or rather, it never left. She could feel it now, its weight once more familiar, cold and heavy against her palm. No. She squeezed her eyes shut, trying to ignore the stone's pull, but it was impossible. The air around her thickened, the peaceful meadow dissolving into a blur of distortion. The edges of reality began to bend, warping in impossible ways, and she stumbled backward, a scream rising in her throat. The very earth trembled beneath her, and the sky above seemed to darken, the golden light fading into an unnatural twilight. The peaceful winds turned into howling gusts, and the ground cracked, splitting open as though it had been hollowed out from beneath. The meadow she had thought was a sanctuary was no more. It was the house. The house was inside her. Her stomach lurched, and she stumbled forward, almost falling to her knees as the realization hit her. She wasn't free. She had never been free. She had merely escaped into another version of the house, a reflection, a fragment, a place birthed from the house's insidious power, its ability to warp reality and memory. It had followed her. It always followed her. The stone in her hand flared, its icy tendrils wrapping around her wrist, forcing her to look down. It pulsed with dark energy, the lines along its surface glowing a deep, menacing red. And in the center of it, where she had once seen a faint mark, an imprint of some forgotten design, there was now a symbol, a doorway. The stone wasn't a relic of the house. It was its heart, its key, its final way of pulling her back in. The door she thought she had escaped from, the one that would never let go. The ground beneath her cracked open, the earth splitting like an open wound, revealing a deep chasm filled with swirling darkness. The stone was pulling her closer, forcing her to step forward, to descend into that abyss. But she couldn't move. She wanted to run, to break free, but her body was frozen, locked in place by the stone's malevolent force. And then, in the distance, she saw it. The door. The doorway from the vision. The one she had been drawn to before, the one that had called her home. But now it was different. The light was gone, replaced by an endless, suffocating darkness. The house stood before her again, not as a distant shadow, but looming, suffocating, like a tomb that had risen from the depths of the earth. She couldn't escape it. Not now. And then the voice returned. You cannot escape. You never will. It was not her mother's voice this time. It was the house itself. The thing that had devoured so many before her, the thing that had twisted her memories, her life, into its own distorted reflection. The house that had broken her family, her mind. And now, it was here to claim her once more. You have always been ours, Sarah. Her breath caught in her throat. She could feel the walls of the house closing in, its oppressive weight surrounding her, squeezing her chest. The shadows from within the depths of the chasm rose toward her, tendrils of darkness reaching for her body, pulling her toward the void. But somewhere deep within her, something stirred. The light. She could feel it, faint but steady, pulsing from within her, from the very core of her being. The warmth of the golden light was still there, buried deep beneath the surface of the shadows. It hadn't left. She had carried it with her all along. This is my fight. The stone in her hand trembled, vibrating violently as if it were torn between two opposing forces, the darkness that sought to swallow her and the light that sought to heal her. She gripped it tighter, feeling the surge of energy run through her like electricity, until her very bones hummed with it. The house, the shadows, the hunger, could not hold her any longer. She closed her eyes, focusing on the light within, and let it flood her mind, her body, her soul. She felt the warmth spread outward, filling the darkness, pushing it back, erasing the walls that had once imprisoned her. With one final cry, she threw the stone toward the house. The explosion of light that followed was blinding. The ground cracked open, the house shuddered and groaned, and for a moment the world itself seemed to collapse in on itself. The stone shattered in mid-air, sending fragments of light and shadow spiraling into the void. And then, silence. The chasm was gone. The house was gone. The darkness had disappeared. Sarah stood in the empty space, her breath heavy, her body trembling from the energy that had just surged through her. She looked around, the once oppressive weight lifted, and for the first time she saw the world clearly. It was a world without the house, a world without the shadow. She had finally escaped. And as the last remnants of the darkness faded away, a soft voice, faint but familiar, whispered in her ear, "Well done, my dear." She turned, but there was no one there, and this time she didn't have to look back. The silence stretched on, heavy but calming, as though the very air had exhaled with her. Sarah stood alone, feeling the faintest ripple of energy still humming through her veins, like the echo of a distant thunderstorm. Her heart was slowing, the pounding of it in her chest now softer, less frantic, as she adjusted to the quiet that surrounded her. The ground beneath her feet felt solid and true, not the warped, crumbling earth she had left behind in the house. This, whatever this place was real. It was pure, untouched. It was freedom. And yet, despite the peace settling around her, despite the absence of the house that had haunted her every step, there was still a feeling deep inside that something was missing. Something was unfinished. She looked around, taking in the world that surrounded her. The landscape was vast, beautiful yet desolate. It was an open plain, the kind of place where the sky seemed to stretch endlessly, meeting the horizon in a way that made her feel both impossibly small and impossibly free. The air smelled fresh, crisp, but faintly of something else. Something old, something ancient. It was like a dream. She stepped forward, her legs shaky but determined, trying to push past the lingering uncertainty in her chest. Her eyes scanned the empty expanse before her. There was no path, no direction, only the open field that stretched as far as the eye could see. In a way, it felt like an eternal waiting room, like the calm before a storm. Everything was still, but she could sense the edges of something else just out of sight. But she had to move forward. She had to. As Sarah walked, her mind replayed the final moments, the explosion of light, the shattering of the stone, the house dissolving into the nothingness that it had created around her. She had done it. She had broken free. Or had she? Was this just another illusion? A trap set by the house to keep her from truly escaping? Her breath quickened at the thought, but she forced it down. She wasn't going to give in, not now, not after everything. The further she walked, the more. She felt something else pull at her, a tug at the edges of her awareness. It was familiar, like a nagging feeling she couldn't shake. At first, she thought it was the lingering remnants of the house's hold on her. But as her feet carried her deeper into the desolate landscape, she realized what it was. She was being followed. She spun around, her breath catching in her throat, and saw nothing but the endless plains behind her. No figures, no shadows. The world stretched out, vast and empty, and yet she felt it, the eyes that watched her. the presence that loomed just beyond her field of vision. It's still here. The realization hit her like a wave. The house. It had been tied to her, bound to her essence in ways she couldn't fully understand. The pull she had felt during the last moments, the way it had tried to drag her back, it wasn't just a force of memory. It was a part of her. The house had become a manifestation of her fears, her trauma, her own shattered pieces, and now that the physical house was gone, its essence, its curse, had rooted itself within her. She could feel it now. An ancient, dark energy that knew her, that had always known her. A relentless hunger that had never fully been satisfied. A thirst for control, for possession. The house had wanted to claim her, to make her a permanent fixture in its decaying walls. And even though she had broken free, she could feel its presence, the jagged edges of its spirit that clung to her, holding her in place. Her mind raced, trying to process it, trying to grasp how this could be true. She had escaped. She had destroyed the stone. The house had crumbled, shattered, turned to dust. There was no more haunting, no more pressure, no more presence. But the house had left a mark, a scar upon her soul, and now it lingered there like a phantom, a shadow that would never let go. The earth beneath her feet began to shake again, subtle at first, like a tremor in the distance, but it grew stronger, louder, and the sky above her, which had once seemed so wide and infinite, began to darken. The golden light that had bathed the world began to fade, replaced by an oppressive, unnatural twilight. The shadows stretched, creeping toward her, pulling her in. Sarah's heart raced as she looked around, panicked. She could feel the pull, the gravity of it trying to reel her back in. She was falling back into it, back into the grip of the house's memory. No, she refused to accept it. She had broken free, but she had underestimated it. The tremors beneath. Her feet grew violent now, ripping through the ground like the claws of some unseen beast. The air thickened, heavy with the weight of something closing in on her. The horizon blurred, becoming indistinct, and then the ground in front of her cracked open. It split wide, revealing the deep chasm beneath. The same chasm she had seen before. And at the edge of that chasm, it appeared. A figure, familiar and terrifying. Not her mother this time, but the thing that had always been there. The true face of the house. The shadow that had whispered her name, that had twisted her memories, that had bound her to its curse. The figure loomed in the distance, its form indistinct at first, a blend of shadow and nightmare. But as it moved closer, Sarah saw its face, its true face, and it was familiar. It was her own. A twisted reflection of her face, stretched and distorted by the house's will. Her eyes were wide with fear, with an eternal sorrow, a loss that stretched beyond her understanding. The reflection of her was not just a mirror of herself. It was a monster that had been born from her very soul. A creature of her own creation, born of guilt, grief, and the terror of never truly escaping. "You can never outrun yourself," the voice said, its tone both hers and not hers. It was the house's voice now, but it was always hers at the core. It had taken her thoughts, her essence, and twisted them into a grotesque mockery. Sarah stumbled backward, shaking her head, her chest tight with panic. She had thought it was over. She had thought that if she destroyed the stone, destroyed the house, she would be free. But this was no physical structure she had been fighting. The house had always been inside her, feeding on her fear, feeding on her weakness, and now it had come to claim her. The figure of herself smiled, a cruel, twisted grin that was more a rictus of horror than anything resembling peace, and began to move toward her. Her mind screamed at her to run, to escape, but she knew it was futile. There was no escape, not from the house, not from herself. But then something shifted inside her. A spark, a tiny glimmer of defiance, of understanding. The stone may have been shattered, the physical house may have been torn apart, but she was still here. She was still standing, still breathing. She had fought it. She had destroyed the stone, shattered its hold on her. She had the power to end this, to take control of her destiny, to release herself from the curse. The shadows rose, surrounding her like a flood, and she clenched her fists, her arms trembling with the surge of energy that ran through her. She felt the weight of it, the house, its hunger, its endless desire to control, but she refused to let it have her. Not anymore. With a cry that was both her own and not her own, she lifted her arms toward the sky, toward the fading light. She was done running. The ground beneath her feet began to crack once more. But this time it wasn't the house that was tearing it apart. This time it was her. The house had tried to claim her, to turn her into one of its broken pieces, but she wasn't a victim, not anymore. She had fought, and now she was free. The earth trembled beneath Sarah's feet, but it wasn't the violent rumbling of the house's wrath. No, this was different. This tremor came from within her, from the very core of her being. It was the pulse of power, the defiance, filling her veins like molten fire. The darkness around her seemed to recoil from that energy, as if it couldn't comprehend what was happening. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, Sarah was in control. The reflection of herself, the twisted mockery that had been birthed from the house's influence, halted, its face contorting with confusion, rage, and something else. Fear. The house had never faced defiance before. It had never encountered someone who could fight back, who could take its hold and refuse to be consumed. Sarah stood tall, her chest rising and falling with each ragged breath. She had faced the darkest depths of the house, the ghosts of her past, the broken remnants of her memories. She had seen it all. And now, here she stood, on the edge of the abyss, with the power to decide her fate. With each breath, the house tried to claw its way back into her, tried to drown her in its oppressive pull. But Sarah's mind was clear now. She understood. The house, the darkness, the endless shadows, they had always been a part of her. They were born from the pain, the grief, the guilt she had buried deep within her soul. They were the fears she had never fully confronted, the pieces of herself she had locked away and hoped would stay hidden. But they weren't gone. They were inside her. And now she could feel them, feel all of it, rising to the surface, like a tide of memories crashing against the shore. The twisted version of her that stood before her was not a monster. It was her. It was the person she had been, broken, haunted, consumed by the darkness. It was everything she had feared she would become, everything she had tried to avoid. But it wasn't her anymore. Not truly. With a deep breath, Sarah closed her eyes and embraced the surge of power within her. She felt the weight of everything she'd been carrying for so long, the memories, the regrets, the pain, and she let it all flood into her chest. The stone that had been so cold in her hand, that had been the house's last weapon to control her, cracked with a loud, deafening snap. The power inside her burned hot as she crushed it into nothing, reducing it to dust. The house's last physical form, the symbol that had kept her tethered to it, crumbled away. The shadows around her recoiled. The earth beneath her feet seemed to recoil, as if the house had just been cut off from the very foundation it had claimed. The figure of herself, the twisted reflection of the girl who had once been too afraid to confront her own demons, screeched, its form contorting as if it couldn't hold its shape any longer. It wasn't real after all. It was a manifestation, a projection. It had no power of its own, and Sarah knew this now. The air hummed with the raw, unbridled force of her will, the very fabric of the world around her bending to her determination. The figure of the house, of the twisted thing that had haunted her, shuddered, its edges flickering like a flame caught in the wind. "No more," Sarah whispered. With those two words, everything changed. The earth split open once more, but this time it wasn't a dark chasm that swallowed her. This was different. It was a door. Her door. A door she had finally created for herself. The darkness tried to swallow her, but this time, she embraced it. She let the darkness consume her, not as a victim, but as a survivor. It was her darkness, not the house's. And then, in a single moment, she was no longer standing in that place. The twisted reflection was gone. The house was gone. The weight that had been crushing her for so long had vanished, and for the first time in what felt like forever, she was free. She opened her eyes. The world around her was different. It wasn't the bleak, distorted land she had come to know. It wasn't the suffocating nightmare she had been trapped in for so long. It was a world of light. A world where the air was crisp and clean, where the horizon stretched wide and open, untouched by the grip of the house. Sarah blinked, her mind trying to process the shift. She was no longer standing in that empty plain, no longer tethered to the house's twisted reflection of reality. She was in a place of peace, a place that felt real. The oppressive weight was gone, and in its place there was only calm. The world before her seemed unspoiled, pure, untouched by the shadows that had once consumed her. She took a step forward, and the ground beneath her was solid, real. The shadows no longer lingered at the edges of her vision. The sense of being watched, the constant feeling of dread that had haunted her for as long as she could remember, was gone. And as she walked forward, Sarah realized something. She had never truly escaped the house. Not because it was still in her, but because the house had never been about the walls, the floors, the stone. The house had always been inside her. It was her fears, her guilt, her memories. It was the part of herself she had refused to face, but now she had faced it. She had confronted it. She had won. For the first time in her life, she was free. The chains that had bound her, both the physical and the emotional, were shattered. And for the first time in what felt like forever, Sarah knew that she was no longer defined by the darkness. She was no longer defined by the house. She was her own. The world around her shifted again, but this time it was different. The landscape ahead was peaceful, calm. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and violet. The winds were gentle, and the trees rustled softly, as if in quiet reverence. This time, when Sarah took a deep breath, she felt the air fill her lungs without resistance, without fear. It was as though her soul had been cleansed, washed of the years of suffering and terror that had built up inside of her. She didn't need to run anymore. She didn't need to hide. She was home, finally, truly home. And with that realization, Sarah took the first step into her new life, knowing that she had the strength to shape it however she chose. The house was gone, and so was its shadow. The last remnants of the darkness vanished, leaving nothing but light. Sarah stood there, her feet rooted in the earth, as the quiet winds of the new world whispered through the trees around her. The horizon stretched out before her like an uncharted path, one that could lead anywhere, to any possibility. She had no idea where it would take her, but for the first time in her life she felt a sense of peace, a sense of true freedom. The weight that had once burdened her every step, every breath was gone. The house, its hunger, its suffocating presence, its twisted grip on her, had been nothing but an echo now. Its shadows had finally faded, not only from the world, but from her mind and heart. The cold, creeping fear that had once curled like smoke in her thoughts had dissipated, replaced by the warmth of something far greater, hope. It was a strange feeling, a foreign one, after everything she had been through. She had spent so long running from the shadows, so long caged by the remnants of the house's influence, that she had forgotten what it was like to feel the sun on her skin, to breathe freely, without the weight of 1,000 fears pressing down on her chest. But now she was alive. The breeze carried the scent of earth and flowers, fresh and vibrant, and she could hear the soft rustling of leaves as they swayed in the gentle wind. It was the kind of natural rhythm that she had been deprived of for so long, like a reminder that life, despite everything, had continued in the world outside the house. The world was still turning, still moving forward, and she too was finally moving forward with it. For so long, Sarah had been haunted by the spectre of the house, as if it were an inescapable part of her. She had tried to run, to escape, but each time it had dragged her back. She had thought that by destroying the stone, by breaking the physical ties to the house, she would be free. And yet she had discovered that it was never about the house at all. It had been about her. The house had been an extension of her fears, her pain, her unresolved grief and guilt. It had been a reflection of the broken pieces she had never dared to face. But now, standing in this quiet, open space, Sarah realized that she had faced it all. She had confronted the darkest parts of herself, the parts that the house had fed on, and she had finally let them go. The weight of her past no longer defined her. She was no longer a victim. She was free. Her heart swelled with the possibility of what could come next. The future, once a distant, terrifying concept, now seemed like a blank canvas, waiting for her to paint it. She could go anywhere. She could be anyone. And for the first time, she realized that the power to shape her life was entirely in her hands. The sun dipped lower, casting a warm glow over the land. Sarah had no destination in mind, but she no longer needed one. She was not running from anything anymore. She was walking toward everything. As she took her first step forward, the earth beneath her seemed to pulse with her own heartbeat. The ground felt solid, sure. There were no cracks, no fissures. It was as if the world itself had risen to meet her, offering her stability, offering her strength. The shadows that had clung to her heels for so long were now nothing more than fleeting memories fading like mist in the morning light. Her steps were light. Her breath was steady. She walked, knowing now that she was not alone. The world was full of possibility, full of life, and she was a part of it. She didn't need to be afraid. The house had no hold on her anymore. And then, as she moved farther, from the place where she had once been bound, Sarah felt a shift in the air around her. It was subtle, like a ripple on the surface of a pond, but it was enough to make her pause and look back. Behind her, the land had started to change again. The world she had left behind, the one full of shadows and terror, began to fade. It dissolved into the distance, retreating like a memory being buried under time, a fading ghost that no longer had the power to haunt her. It was gone, swept away by the power of her own will. But as the old world dissolved, something new began to take shape before her eyes. The landscape shimmered with light, bright and full of life. It was as though the earth itself had been reborn, made new by the very act of Sarah's freedom. The trees stood taller, their branches stretching toward the heavens, their leaves vibrant and green. Flowers bloomed at her feet, delicate petals unfurling to greet her, like the earth itself was celebrating her release. In the distance, a small cottage appeared, nestled at the base of a mountain that rose majestically against the horizon. It was a simple structure made of stone and wood, with a small garden at the front. A thin wisp of smoke curled from the chimney, signaling the warmth inside. She didn't know how long she stood there, simply taking it all in. The new world, the new beginning, the sense of peace that had settled around her like a blanket. But when she finally took a step forward, she knew exactly where she was going. The cottage was waiting for her. She wasn't sure if anyone lived there. She wasn't sure if it was real or simply a product of her mind, a symbol of everything she had worked toward. But it didn't matter. It was her home now, her place, a space she had created for herself, a place of warmth and solace, a sanctuary where she could finally be herself. The door to the cottage stood open, welcoming her, and as she crossed the threshold, Sarah felt the last of the weight lift from her shoulders. She wasn't burdened by fear or guilt anymore. She wasn't running from anything. She had found her way to this moment, to this new life, and it was hers to embrace. Inside the cottage, a fire crackled in the hearth, casting a warm glow over the room. The walls were lined with shelves filled with books, artifacts, and mementos, things that held no power over her now, but served as reminders of her journey. There was a table set with fresh flowers, a small vase of daisies, and a bowl of fruit that filled the air with sweetness. As she sank into a chair by the fire, Sarah closed her eyes and sighed deeply, her hands resting on the soft fabric of the chair's arms. For the first time in a long time, she felt whole. Her heart was light, and her soul was free. The shadows had no place in her life anymore. Outside, the sun began to rise, casting its light over the world as the first rays of morning broke through the sky. It was the dawn of something new, something beautiful. And Sarah was there, standing on the threshold of her future, no longer burdened by the weight of the past. She was free, and with that, she understood the final truth. There was no final door anymore. She had created the path before her. She was the architect of her own fate, and for the first time, she walked forward with no fear, only hope. Sarah sat in the chair by the fire, watching as the flames danced with a slow, steady rhythm. The warmth of the hearth wrapped around her like a comforting embrace, and the crackling sound of the wood settling into the fire filled the silence in a way that was peaceful, not oppressive. Outside, the world was quiet, bathed in the soft light of early morning. It was a new day, a day without the looming shadow of the house. For the first time in years, Sarah felt truly at peace. Her mind no longer raced with frantic thoughts, and the memories of the house, the nightmare she had lived, no longer held the sharp sting they once did. The weight of them had lifted, as though a burden she hadn't even realized she had been carrying had simply vanished. The echoes of the past, of the pain, the fear, the hunger of the house, faded into nothingness like fog dissolving under the rising sun. She could still remember the dark halls, the oppressive walls, the suffocating grip of that endless hunger. But now, the memories felt distant, muted, as if they were someone else's experience entirely. The house had been a part of her, yes, but it no longer defined her. She ran a hand through her hair, which now fell freely around her shoulders. She had always kept it tied back in the past, a reflection of the restraints she had placed on herself, the walls she had built. Now it hung loose, untethered, just like her, free. For so long she had been a prisoner to the darkness, the house, the memories, the guilt. It had all tangled together, forming a web she couldn't break free from. But now, sitting in the warmth of the cottage, she realized how far she had come, how much she had survived. She closed her eyes for a moment and exhaled slowly, allowing herself to feel the fullness of the silence. The peace that filled the room was so different from the constant hum of anxiety she had lived with before. It was a silence that wasn't hollow but whole, the kind of quiet that you could sink into and feel your soul breathe again. There was no more running, no more fighting. The battle was over, and she had won. not because she had destroyed the house, but because she had faced it, everything it represented, and chosen to walk away from it. She had chosen herself. Outside, the sun was rising higher now, the golden light spilling over the landscape, illuminating the trees and the rolling hills that stretched as far as the eye could see. The colors of the world seemed richer now, more vibrant, as if the earth itself had come alive after a long sleep. The air smelled of fresh earth, pine, and something sweet, a reminder that the world could still be beautiful, even after everything had been torn apart. The garden outside the cottage bloomed with wildflowers, their petals reaching for the sun, their colors so bright it almost hurt to look at them. Birds flitted from tree to tree, their songs filling the air with a melody that felt like music for the soul. Sarah could hear the faint sound of a stream trickling nearby, the water flowing clear and unbroken over the rocks. Everything around her felt alive, vibrant and whole, and she was part of it. She stood up slowly, moving toward the window to look outside once more. The land stretched out before her, endless and open. For the first time, Sarah didn't feel small in this world. She didn't feel like a victim of some cruel fate. She was part of it all, this world, this moment, this life. She had always thought that the house was a prison, that it was the source of her pain, her struggle, her suffering, and it had been. But it had also been the catalyst for her transformation. It had forced her to confront everything she had buried, every part of herself she had refused to face. It had broken her in ways she hadn't understood until now. But that was over. She had faced the darkness. She had faced herself. And now, there was nothing left to do but live. A soft smile tugged at her lips as she turned from the window. The room inside the cottage was simple, modest even, but it was hers. Every piece of furniture, every small detail had been placed with care, with the intention of creating a space that was hers alone. She had no need for grandeur. She had no need for the things that once defined her. What she had now was the freedom to choose. She could go anywhere. She could stay here. Or she could continue walking toward the horizon, where the sky met the earth in a never-ending line of possibility. There was no more fear of what the future held, because now she knew that she could shape it, she could make it her own. The fire crackled again, the flames flickering with the same rhythm as her heartbeat. And for the first time, she truly listened. She listened to the sound of her breath, to the silence in the room, to the world beyond the walls of the cottage. Everything was as it should be. Everything was in its place. She was whole. The house had been part of her story, but it was no longer the chapter that defined her. She had turned the page. She had written the next part of her life. With one last look at the horizon, Sarah stepped outside, breathing in the crisp air, feeling the earth beneath her feet. She took a deep, steadying breath, feeling the warmth of the sun on her skin. There were no more shadows behind her. There was only light. The light that came from within her, from the strength she had discovered in herself. The light that had been there all along. She was free. She had always been free. And as she walked forward into the open world, she knew that this was only the beginning. The journey ahead was hers to make. The house no longer had any hold over her. Now she was free to be whoever she wanted to be. And in that moment, for the first time in her life, she knew that there was nothing she couldn't face,